Good. Sounds good.
Yeah.
I don't hear anything. Okay, hi, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Today is June 16th. It's 4:01. And present in the room today are myself, Ray Pohl, Angus McLeod, Abby Camp, Val Oliver, and Connie Patton. On Zoom, Carrie Thornwell, right moment, we do not have Stephen Welch or Joe Paul. And we'll see what happens later. Stephen's supposed to be joining us sometime soon. For those of you in the audience, no recording unless you tell us first. Everybody be polite, including those of you on Zoom, and all comments and questions addressed through the chair. Oh, and tonight, because it's a special evening, we're gonna stay around till 8 o'clock to try. Yes, we really are. We really are. We're gonna try and cut through this agenda. So that's it. I think that's all the preliminary. So if there are no changes or alterations to the agenda as posted, could I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Great. I'll take everybody. Let's see. Everybody at the table is going to be a voice vote. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That was Connie, by the way, as the alternate. Okay, so we have an approved agenda. We have one consent item. Is there any issues regarding consent? I see that there are no recusals because it's self. Somebody want to make a motion on that, or
Approve the consent agenda.
everybody good with that? If so, I'm going to take everyone at the table just to expedite things. On Val's motion to approve the one item on consent, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, thank you, folks. And now we have five signs that all have recommendations of one kind or another from the Sign Advisory Council. Can I have a motion to adopt whatever sign council's recommendations are?
I make a motion to adopt the signs per the sign committee's recommendations.
Very good. Once again, I'm going to do, Carrie, I'm not forgetting about you. I'm just dispensing with all the easy stuff. Voice vote on all those present at the table. On Val's motion. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, comments for Holly? Comments, questions? Are you hanging out with us tonight, Holly?
Yes, sir, as long as you guys will have me.
Okay,
you.
so then there we go. I think, if anything comes up, you'll be here. Great. So then moving right along to, I'm going to have to be careful to make sure that I'm not pulling up anything that Stephen's chairing on. And so that is the first property. Pay attention here, Kathy. The first property is at 58 Nobodere Ave.
Yes.
See, I did what you told me to do.
Oh, yes.
I'm announcing, what?
Keep doing that throughout the evening.
Focus.
Well, I'm off to a good start. Okay, so I am chairing this. There's Abby, Val, Angus, Connie. What a winning combination. Okay. Yeah. And Linda, you're repping? Looks like you are. Hey, sorry about your brother.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very,
condolences.
very sorry.
He was a little unexpected.
Yeah, so it sounds. Are you doing okay?
Yeah,
Good.
somebody in the kids have to deal with it. It's always me.
Seems to be that way. Okay, thanks. And let's see,
Kathy, is Arthur Reed up there?
58 Nobodere.
You have to bring Arthur Reed over.
Mr. Chair, for the record, Joe Paul is here on Zoom.
Very good. Thanks for letting me know.
We
Yes,
have
sorry,
no
I'm late.
alternates. Mr. Chair, we have no alternates, so it's you, Abby, Val.
Fortunately, in this
Lauren.
case, you have everyone on your past board and we're all present in a room.
Oh, cool.
So that makes it very easy. Go ahead, Linda or Arthur, whoever wants.
You asked us for revisions, because you were away one time and then we had town meeting and whatnot. This is the soonest we could actually get back in here when we had everybody here. It's that sport court. To be clear, again, you asked for a better plan, which we gave you. And I gave you some more pictures of the foliage as it is now. It is not a pickleball court. It's half the size. And it's in their large backyard, which they're entitled to use and have a hard surface. And it's basically just a basketball court, or they can rollerblade back there or whatever they want to do back there, but it's a hard surface. They can't do it in the front yard. It's not visible at all from Nobody Avenue because it's lined, the houses go straight across. It isn't over an acre property. The only spot you can see it at the moment is from Irving Street at the end of Pochick. You gotta want to be there because it dead ends at their garage. And the opening that you see is going to be filled in. It was only open so they could get access to the backyard since you can't get to the backyard from the front of the property. If you look up there at the screen, it's a good rendering. It's a larger rendering up there. So we get to it from Irving Street to get to the backyard to do anything back there. And when the thing is built, it's going to be closed up. And you can tell by the foliage, it's already there in the pictures, both winter and summer. You're not going to be able to see it on top of the fact that when we sent out the section to you this weekend or Monday when Kathy got it, because I asked for it, and it's going to be sunken down 3 feet. So it's really not visible from any publicly traveled way. I'm not concerned about the neighbors to the north. That is out of my purview and your purview. And I believe Arthur Reed wants to weigh in on this.
Okay. Linda, thank you. Arthur, it's your turn.
Yes, thank you very much. I just came into this situation and have been reviewing it. And I believe that in the past, when this was discussed, there's some question of whether it could be visible from Irving Street under some circumstances. And I would like to call to your attention that Irving Street is no longer a street. It was taken by the town of Nantucket, and for the record, the document number is Land Court Document 136878 and recorded in the Registry of Deeds at Book 1323, page 332, which took the portion of Irving Street between Weweeder and Nobadia, that is the entire length of the street within this block, by eminent domain, for general municipal purposes, thus eliminating it as a street. Parts of it have been conveyed to abutters under the yard sale program, others have not. But in any event, it is no longer a street, so I would suggest to you that there is no visibility issue with regard to Irving Street, that any visibility from the former Irving Street is no longer an HDC concern, and that there's no visibility from any other street or way or location where the public would have rights of access. Based upon lack of visibility, I think that this very simple area for a basketball hoop for kids to be able to play is entirely appropriate and, again, not visible, and the HDC should approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur.
Mr. Chair. A member of the public with their hand raised.
Oh, we have a name? Sarah?
Why?
It's Sarah Alger, isn't it?
No, is this someone else?
Oh,
Go ahead.
Is she muted?
I just unmuted her. Sarah?
Yes. Are
Oh,
you recognizing me?
Yes.
Yes.
that is Sarah.
Oh, okay. It is me. Um,
It sounded like you.
It is you.
Yeah, it feels like me, but you were saying it wasn't me. So it made me feel like I was having an out of body experience.
This is an IT Sarah Alger, I believe.
Sarah, you
I
have
see.
why?
Sorry, Sarah. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know why I have a Y after my name, but anyway, Yes, I represent the neighbors, and I think I was disappointed with the supplemental plans because I don't think that they are adequately showing to you the change in topography that's going to be happening here. And until Irving Street is formally given away, municipal purposes could in fact include a road. So I'm not sure that I'm buying Mr. Reed's argument that it's no longer visible. It is an intrusive structure. It's quite a color. I was hoping that they would agree to change the color to something other than this rather large blue that they have happening. And I want to be sure that you understand the significant change in grade that's happening.
Okay, Sarah?
I think that's really all I have to say about it.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman, can I just point out? that you're
Thank
at a
you,
table.
Sarah. Very briefly, Linda, thank you.
On the pictures, you will see that the grade is flat. And they have made it flat. There is a change in grade between our lot and the lot that the Sarah represents, but only because it goes up slightly. And so they're at a very marginally slightly higher grade. But the reason why those pictures show that we have cut it is to sink it down 3 feet. So we have flattened the grade below whatever change in grade there was, but there's not a great deal of change in grade back there. It's pretty flat. But we have reduced it by 3 feet where the court is going to make it flat. So it's not, the court's not at an angle. But that puts it down even further.
Okay.
And again, we fill in that hole to get access back there, and there is no visibility because it's a good 70 to 80 feet away from the street,
Okay.
whatever they want to call the street.
Linda, just to confirm, this entire square, where the court's going is being retained down
Yeah.
3 feet, and the 8-foot fence will only be 5 feet high with respect to the grade surrounding the court, correct?
Yes,
Okay, just clarify.
on purpose in order to stay out of
Yeah.
the eye shot of the people
Right.
behind us.
Okay. I think that's enough information. Does any commissioner have any questions for anyone?
I
Yes,
do.
Val.
Linda, one of the first things you said was it was reduced in size.
No. It's the same size it was before. It's 60 by 60. They're reduced in height because we sunk it 3 feet. We've never changed the size.
Okay, so. Did you, there's
I
your
said it was,
answer.
it was smaller than a pickleball court.
just
It's
making
only,
sure.
oh, I did say it was half the size of a pickleball court. So you can't play pickleball on this thing. You can throw a basketball.
Okay. Any other questions?
I had a couple of questions.
Yes.
One is there's a slope that's been described. And I assume that slope is the court is within that slope.
Yeah.
Is the 3 feet at the lowest part of that slope?
It's 3 feet below all the whole
Below
thing.
the lowest part of the slope.
It's 3 feet, period.
If there's
Below whatever grades around it, and it's a flat grade, guys. Whatever grades around it is going to be 3 feet below whatever the closest grade is. It's going to
So,
be 3 feet,
through-
period.
through the chair, there isn't a slope where the court is now.
It's flat there.
Okay. And the other question, there's a comment about the blue, and that would be limited to the court surface, which is 3 feet below grade?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. It's a galvanized fencing, so it disappears.
Good, Angus? Okay. We can begin our lively discussion now. Who would like to begin?
I thought that was lively.
What?
That was lively.
Oh,
It was lively.
what lively?
Well, that was the lively preliminary to the even more lively discussion. Yes. Come on.
I do
So-
have another question.
Yeah, okay, go.
Linda, is there any chance of changing the color from blue?
Oh, no, she's on.
I'm
I
not-
can't hear her.
Oh, is there any chance of changing the color from the blue?
The blue is only a very small part of it. It's all that muted gray. And if you look at the pictures, I've showed you what those two colors look like together.
Right.
And they pretty
No,
much
it's
disappear.
Looking right at it. I thought maybe if you substituted the green, but
It's not as blue as you think it is. There's a picture of it in the file that you have.
okay.
But it's only that small section and that's underneath the berm in the back. And it's only the thing under the hoop. That's it. The rest of it's gray.
Okay, thank you.
Most of it's gray.
Somebody ready to dive into the cold water?
I can do green if that's everybody's preference.
I was,
Oh.
It comes in
Wow.
green.
yeah, I looked, that's why.
A heather green.
It comes in
Shave
green.
so easily on that, Linda.
Yeah.
Does come in green.
All right.
Do-
Come on, let's comments.
Oh,
And I'll jump in at
start.
once.
Angus, thank you.
So,
I'm going to call on you first every time.
first in line. Yeah, if the area that is called for screening is screening this court and it's sunken 3 feet, I don't believe that, and the easement is a public way from Nobody up to Irving. So,
Publicly traveled way. It's not. a
Ye-
private
Yeah,
way.
yeah. Let him
yeah,
finish.
it's important that this is screened from the publicly traveled way. And so I'm good with it as long as we have like the regular pool caveat of it
Yeah.
not being visible time of inspection and thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus.
Oh,
Who's-
and
oh,
I'll take the green where the
Okay.
blue is shown.
all right, great. Who's next?
I
I-
have another question.
Yes.
The fence is 8 feet from the 3 feet below grade.
It's 5 feet from the
Above grade.
regular grade. Yeah.
Okay,
Take-
higher.
Yeah,
Yes.
that 8-inch galvanized wire.
I mean, given our purview, I don't think we have any jurisdiction over it.
Okay. Well, we're allowed to review it, but, you know,
If we were the
Um,
noise committee, we might be able to, but.
right.
Kids playing in backyard, they're a
We-
bad
we-
thing.
We could be objecting. Val, thank you. Let's see, we got Abby and Connie.
I can go.
Yes, Connie.
Yeah, I think it's going to be limited to no visibility. So I'm okay with it as long as we do put our caveat
Mm.
of not.
Color, are we still going with the blue or?
Green.
Okay,
We want
hear
the
that.
invisible green.
I hear that.
Yeah. Thank you, Connie. Abigail.
So, Linda, I was just wondering, could it not come and go behind the guest cottage
No.
instead of? What, is that because of sewer or what are those squares all over the place?
Oh. Well, the septic system is below it. That's all the trenches.
If we do that, we're moving it closer to
Alright.
the person on the left. And
Okay.
it's got another structure right in front of it. So
Okay.
this is the only place it can go.
Yeah, no, I was just, trying to figure out.
And there's vegetable gardens and all kinds of stuff.
Hang on.
So that
Debbie.
you would, that both, adjacent properties would have, a backyard, but. So I was just wondering if it couldn't go behind
No,
those.
that's where the grade starts to go up a different direction.
Okay. And based on that, Abby, any comments?
No, well, I think in terms of color, just something that will blend in as, environmentally as possible.
Okay. Good. So did you want to speak, sir?
No, we were just talking about the little squares.
Oh, okay.
He's just hanging out for
So
moral
listen,
support.
thanks everyone. And my view is similar to what the rest of the board members have said, which is this is going to be sunken we are going to put the proviso in about the same pool proviso, not visible at time of inspection, et cetera, to cover ourselves. And also, we're going to switch to the green for a belt and suspender type move.
Where the blue is.
Because the blue, if there's any visibility at all, the blue would be far more visible than a green. So, that sounds like a motion, if somebody would be willing to make it.
That's my motion.
Okay, so Angus has made a motion to approve this with the blue, what is shown as blue on the plans going to green, and with the proviso that the sport court will not be visible at time of inspection or thereafter in perpetuity. Because we're all live, we can do this as a voice vote. All those in favor of Angus's motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'll be an opposition.
Okay, so 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Linda, you have the next one too at meter, correct? Yes, you
Yeah.
do. All right, so me, chair again, Angus again, Carrie, there we are. And that looks like Joe Paul, who is now on Zoom, okay? So you, Linda, you have all of your members, 2 of them are on Zoom. And this, for the record, is 5 Meter Street.
Okay.
Okay, Linda.
All right, hang on, right, Paul.
Oh.
Angus. Great,
Tell me if you need it again.
Pat. And Joe Paul, okay. Okey dokey. It's not up on the screen yet.
It's funny, do you guys hear that scratching sound?
Yeah.
Was that the same scratching sound we heard at the end of the
Right?
meeting last
I
time?
think it's, you don't,
Somebody up
Yeah.
there.
It's not me.
It's not here.
We heard it at the end of the last meeting. We couldn't place where it was coming
Oh,
from.
that's weird.
I'm not feeling very itchy.
Hmm?
I'm not feeling very itchy, so
It's got to be us. Okay. Linda, are you all set?
That's a weird. There's no mice in here other than us. Yeah,
Will they keep the mice away, I hear?
we need a cat.
Okay.
Okay, everybody's familiar with this. We've been back a couple of times. And if you look at the site plan above you right there, this structure in relation to the front structure is almost exactly the same closeness and sort of orientation as the previous structure which you allowed to be removed or demoed. There was a rather sizable cottage there. It's pretty much in the same footprint. It goes left and right a little bit more, but it has the same relationship as far as distance from the main dwelling that was moved over across from the street several years ago. So if you want to go to the elevations. Next page. There we go. Is this the previous? I can't see from here. Is that the previous or the current?
Proposed, yeah.
Okay, top and bottom. You had an issue with the way the stairs at one point just sort of projected off the side of the building. We have tightened them up to the building so they can get out of the building. The height, what is that noise? The height is 22, 23 feet. So it is not that tall as for a secondary dwelling. The problem is that we are in the A1 zone, which means we have to be quite a distance off the ground, higher than the ones right behind us by about a foot. When those were built, the FEMA had a different map and a different requirement. So this is not that much taller than those 4 structures right behind it. And there's a lot of pictures in here of those 4 structures. And volume-wise, they're about the same height. This is a little bit bigger because there are 4 of them that used to be on one lot back there. So we took away some of the objectionable items. If you look at your minutes, you can see what those were. We took away the multiple decks. We have just one deck facing the side street, not even facing the water, which I don't understand, but there it is. And I'm willing to listen to your comments. And we truncated the dormers. We simplified the structure. But if you want to go to the next page, that would be helpful. Context in this neighborhood is pretty important because when you allowed the structure 2 doors behind us for Dwayne Jones, it is way up out of the ground. Also, because it's under the same current FEMA requirements that we are. Their stairs come off the front right to the street. It's a fairly sizable structure. If you want to go to the pictures, that would be helpful. It is 20% different than the main house. Want to keep going? What? It's, I don't know what that is. All right, that's the main house fronting the road. There had been a comment about the fact that you didn't want the colors to match, but generally speaking, a primary and secondary dwelling, the colors match. But it's difficult to pick these off as being on the same lot. So if you still want the colors to be changed, we're fine. But this was cobblestone and black windows and black doors. If you want to keep going to the next one and give you more pictures of the main dwelling, and they're very similar. And we have vertical board also. You can see the windows there. They're 6/1. Right here, if you look at that picture, the building is going in between those structures. And you can see the tops of the ones right behind me. So it's going to fit in as far as height. There's a better picture of the side street if you want to go down Meter Street. Somebody's crunching potato chips. They're the ones right behind us. And they had to come up out of the ground, but not as far as ours. And their stairs come straight off the side and just hang out there. We put ours up against the building. You want to go to the next one? Be great. That's Dwayne's building right there. Those stairs come straight to the street. And the ones behind us on the, one of those 4 back there, they're straight to the street. Colors are rather subdued on this one, which is what we were intending for the secondary dwelling for us. If you want to go to the next one. That's the side of Dwayne's right there. Want to go to the next one? So it gives you the neighborhood context. I could have kept going because a lot of these structures, as you know, going down Washington Street, even the ones that used to be on the same lot as this, are all up out of the street, but probably a foot lower. They all have porches. They all have dormers. The stairs are always been problematic on these because of how tight these lots are. You want to go one more? Yeah, there is. It's on the bottom of the same page. That is from Fayette Street. You're not going to see it. And if you look between those 4 buildings and the one to the right, which I believe is represented by council, it's going to fit in because it's in the same elevation as the 4 behind me, the one behind it, and the house itself. So it's very difficult to pick it off as actually filling in space because it's just in the middle of everybody and farther off the street from Washington and farther off the street from Meter. So it sort of decreases in impact because it's not right on the street like the other ones and how Dwayne Jones is. You're allowed a 0 setback or a 5 foot on this side. It's nowhere near that. It's much farther back off the street. So I'll wait for comments. But we did try to respond to all the comments that were made, and they weren't always consistent comments, but we picked up as many as we could.
Very good. Linda, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just, if it's okay, I just wanted to mention one thing. As far as context goes, I appreciate what Linda has provided to you all. The photos of the structures that have the horizontal boarding,
I know.
those were pre your 2021 Resilient Nantucket Design Guidelines. So
Yeah.
that before you had those guidelines, I believe there were also, were they built before 2014? 2014 was when the FEMA flood maps were
Yeah.
last done. They have not been done since then.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing that's missing part of the review with Resilient Nantucket Design Guidelines is the elevation certificate. That needs to be provided with any of these proposed structures within the FEMA flood. I also do want to mention, yes, the building that's there now in the front is boxy, but it was being saved, if you will. It was a design, if I remember correctly, that Commissioner Oliver had designed a long time ago in the 90s, and it was moved over and it was saved. And I think that's
That's the front house.
that's the front house,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, I move that.
But again, it was a lot of pre-existing design standard, if you will, that was brought over to this site. Again, having plans that correlate with what the FEMA flood certificate is very important. So just want to mention that. Thank you very
Great.
much.
Okay, we'll make sure that gets into the,
Yeah, because we can't
Mr.
get a building permit without that. We can't get Holly sign off without that anyway.
Mr. Chair,
yes,
you have a hand
Kath.
raised.
Did you say homeowners?
You have a hand raised.
Oh, a hand raise. Susan, is she muted?
Yeah.
Susan,
Address, Kathy.
What happened to her?
she,
Oh, here it is.
What is it? She's 3, right?
Susan, go ahead and speak.
Okay, can you hear me now?
oh, there we are. Yep.
Fabulous. Hi, I'm at 3 Meter Street. Thank you for your time.
And your name is Susan,
Wager?
okay. You got that for the minutes? Okay, go ahead, Susan. Sorry.
Great, thank you. I have also written letters, but just want to say publicly that the proposed structure, in my opinion, is out of scale for a secondary structure. A lot of the comparisons that were being made to primary structures. It's significantly larger than the current secondary little cottage that is there, which is actually a very small little cottage. The proposed structure is large for a secondary dwelling, both in footprint and also it would be 2 full stories on top of the elevation. And I understand that the elevation is needed for flood purposes on that, but in the neighborhood, there is not such a full 2-story plus elevation secondary structure at all anywhere in the Francis Street, Fayette Street, Meter Street. The secondary structures are more sort of pool house type structures. Also, as noted before, there's also a very large front structure, big, boxy, and adding this secondary structure would just create a lot of overdevelopment on the current lot. There isn't any yard space being provisioned for. Also, the proposed height, full 2 stories plus the elevation, it would be visible from all of the streets. The new height, it would be visible from Fayette Street, Meter Street, Washington Street, Francis Street, which is the entrance into sort of the town area, and also the Francis Street beach. So it definitely would have a greater visual impact than the smaller cottage, which is pictured actually right now on there. It just would create an overall height and massing on a very crammed lot, this proposed structure. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks for your comments. Board members, are you ready? And you're welcome to ask questions. Oh, and I'm gonna restate the board. Okay, myself, Angus, who's present in the room, Carrie on Zoom, Connie in the room, and Joe Paul on Zoom. That's the board.
I have a question,
Angus,
through the chair to the applicant. What is the roof pitch of the primary mass and secondary mass of the main house?
Do you have the application page up? It's on the plans. I can't see it from here.
it appears to be a 12 and 12, Angus. No, okay, it's a 12 and 12 on the tall mass. And it is a 9 and 12 on the subordinate mass.
Yep.
For the main house, not the proposed guest
Oh,
house.
no, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought you were.
Yeah,
asking
thank you.
that. Okay, no.
I can't answer
retract
that
my-
off the top of my head because it was an existing structure that we moved over.
Okay, so doesn't sound like we have an answer for that, but it doesn't appear on the main house to be as steep as what's proposed for the guest house. Shall I proceed with my comment?
Oh, please, yeah.
So
welcome.
still the similar concerns as previously. Just the overall scale, size, formality, proximity to the main house. Um, I I think the proximity of the original structure behind this house worked because it wasn't raised for the flood, and it was 1 story. So to raise and then go to 2 stories is too much. As you're looking at this from Meter Street, um, the adjacent houses to the left that have been shown as examples really read as 1 story structures. They're narrow, they're not very high, and there's an even really just a dormer big enough for light, but not not like for doors or people to walk out of. So it reads as a very different scale. So the second floor balcony, I have an issue with. There really aren't any balconies facing Meter Street from the main structure. So to have the first floor deck and a second floor deck is too much deck. Just in short, the roof pitch is too steep. The overall size is too small. It's too symmetrical. And the windows too, the proportions are off. They're very narrow. I think single windows of better proportion would be more appropriate than the where they're shown double mold windows. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus.
Oh, I just wanted to say I do appreciate the Quaker gray color. I think that helps.
Oh, that's good. Thanks. Who's next?
I'll go.
Okay, that's Carrie Thornwell.
I agree a lot with what Angus said. I also, the last time I saw this thing, I was concerned that there's a gable facing every single direction, which helps, make this read as very large. I won't repeat what he said, but I do think this should read closer to the little cottages next door. Yes, they are raised, but they are very simple. And just because the house that was moved here is large, it existed in the past, and I don't think we should be using it as the example for which this new one is compared to. I think we should compare it to the existing simpler structures around it. Thanks.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Let's see, we have Connie and Joe.
I could go, I guess.
There's Joe. Yep.
Hi, thanks. Well, I definitely think that with respect to color and so forth, it probably does make sense to differentiate this from we'll call it the main house, but with no distance, no land area or yard between these structures, and the visibility and access coming off of different streets, I really don't think that they're ever going to be perceived as connected to each other. And I think the more we can do to separate them visually, and I think color's part of it, I think that's helpful. And I agree with some of the comments that Angus made, or at least I had the same thoughts before he spoke, particularly regarding the shed dormers. I do think that if those were single windows that are larger in size than what's there now, that would simplify things a little bit. I also think that the central gable pitch could come down. I understand that they're probably trying to get some hierarchy between what is a central mass and these flanking masses, but I feel like it's kind of working against you. I do think that south elevation facing Meter Street, I guess I appreciate that. Looking down that driveway it actually addresses the street in a way, even though it's going to appear like a cluster of buildings. I think addressing the street makes some sense. The balcony details, I think need to be finessed. Just some of the trim and shingling and the combination of the shingled wall and the rail seems like it's a little bit overly complicated. And I don't think you need hopefully when the pitch drops, the vents go away. I think that's it. I mean, I definitely agree with the comments regarding the scale. It does feel like it's contracted a little bit. I do appreciate the site plan that shows the cluster of buildings that are there and their separation. I just wish that there was more breathing space in general between all of them. All the buildings in that area feel clustered together. Let's see. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay. Joe, thank you. Connie? you ready?
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add. I agree with what's been said. I don't believe that that second floor balcony, I know it's facing Meter Street, but it just seems, it just seems like it maybe should go away. And I mean, architecturally, I think it can be, the scale can be brought down. But my overall concern is the congestion in that little area. It's already very congested, and I think adding another structure of this size behind that house is just going to be too much programming. And I just think somehow we need to bring it down somehow. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thanks. So I want to do a few preliminaries before I get into my critiques. One, I think this is one of those unfortunate confluences of being in the floodplain, therefore elevated, and two, being in a zoning district that allows for a very, very high density. So the result, and putting this building aside, the result is already a very densely, what used to be not densely populated at all is now, become extremely densely populated by that, combination of factors. The floodplain elevating everything and the ground coverage allowing for, more building. Now, having said that, I would say that, what I'm reviewing right now is vastly superior to what we reviewed the last time. So credit where credit is due. I agree with a lot of the things that were said, and I will just emphasize a few of them. One is the narrow windows. I think that the narrow windows in the dormers on the second floor should go to single windows that are wider. That was number one. I think that you're probably going to get a consensus view that the 12 and 12 roof pitch isn't helping you. Although I will point out that if this did not have to respect the floodplain, it would be maybe a 25-foot high building, which, we approve fairly regularly as a guest house or as a second dwelling. So I'd be in favor of reducing the roof pitch on the main roof, certainly changing the windows. And those are my main things here. I think that because it's surrounded by other large buildings, it's just going to add to the congestion, but it's already congested. Those are my comments. But it sounds like we're looking for some revisions, right, folks?
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Great, thank you. And I'm going to do a voice vote on this because we have some Zoom people. On your motion, Angus?
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie?
Aye.
Very good. Connie?
Aye.
Joseph?
Aye.
And I'm in favor.
Mr. Chairman, it sounds like the cross gable issue is adding to the volume of this structure. Is that where we're headed?
I think it was a valid point that
Okay.
there's a gable facing in all four directions, which of course a gable end is appears higher than an eve end.
Yeah.
So that's something to consider, certainly.
Okay.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thanks. Now Tori, you know that Stephen was chairing. Are you okay with me chairing and pulling on one of the associate members?
Absolutely.
Because you do have some alternates on here.
Yep, that'd be great.
By the way, for the record, this is 18 Gladlands. That's 3 in a row. Okay, so let's see. I'll chair, Abby's on it, Val's on it, Carrie's on it, and let's take Connie. There's your 5. Okay?
Sorry, Ray, Abby, Carrie, Connie, and who?
And Val.
Great. Thanks, guys. Shall I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I was trying to make this as simple as possible. We have a previous approval through staff for a deer fence, an additional area of Belgian block, not the cattle grate, and a driveway gate was suggested in our previous approval through staff. The location, this is the neighbors, by the way, I'm just as a sample.
Oh.
If we could go to the plan, probably is better. What we're looking to do is move the driveway gate that was previously approved at a certain location via Exhibit A. Not that plan, the more recent one. I think we included that for reference. There should be one with
Towards the top,
the
right?
title block
Oh,
on it. There you go. This is the one that's better. So I tried to identify exactly what was previously approved up at the driveway and what we are asking for. We're just looking to move the gate forward to the top of the Belgian block after the bike path, which lines up with the existing deer fence. Andrew Wing is here. He's the contractor here. And I believe, Andrew, if I'm correct, it lines up, the new location lines up with the deer fence where it meets it, where the pedestrian gate is and where everything else that everyone was questioning that was previously approved. As
It's been a while
Yeah,
since
yeah,
we
of
reviewed
course.
this last, but my thought was that that issue was the one that was unreconciled, as in, if you're moving the gates forward, what happens with the fence?
The fence is
And-
at the location that we're moving it, the gate forward to.
Yeah.
Correct?
Okay.
Picture? Sorry.
A photograph.
Of where the existing. Yeah. We did include the prior submissions. There could be photos there of the existing driveway, which if we want to scroll down, Fiona.
Oh, that's the neighbor.
No.
I really was trying to keep it simple and not confuse everybody by like bringing all of the information in, but Kathy and I tried to coordinate as much information that would be pertinent as possible. There's the Exhibit A, I believe.
Right.
That's it.
So you can see.
got any pictures?
I mean, I have some I can share if you want me to pull them up, yeah. But I know a lot of you have driven by. We did provide the picture of the gate that was just installed next door and approved. I believe Linda was a representative on that one, if I'm correct. And that one was it's literally right next door to us. And that's the exact same situation, minus the stone post that we're trying to do.
She said the posts are where,
They're right next to the gate.
yeah. It's gonna look like the one you sent the picture of.
Without no stone post, only the wooden post, right?
Okay, no stone post.
Exactly. That's just an example of what was approved next door,
Got it.
to show you that there is a gate that was just approved next door.
Okay.
I remember this, and I remember we were asked them to push it away because of the bike path. It just made it seem so close to the road. And the whole idea was to keep the gates further onto the property. And the deer fence is just deer fence. It can be extended to the gates pretty easily versus the gates too close to the road and making that mistake again.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Kathy.
there was a site plan that she submitted that's not. in
Sorry,
this-
what?
There's a site plan that Val and I looked at, remember? It's not in that submission for some reason.
Because
Is that it?
this is the updated one with the previously approved notations that you asked me to do.
Yeah.
That is.
That's the one I'm looking at.
Mr. Chair, may I just respond to Carrie's comment there for a minute?
Briefly.
We are 9.5 feet off of the bike path.
Yeah, because of the apron.
Exactly,
Right. The 9.5
into the
feet is
driveway,
The depth of
correct.
the apron. Right.
correct.
Okay.
And that's after the bike path. There's one in front of the bike path,
Oh,
and then that's after the bike path.
okay. Carrie, was that a question or were you, was
No,
that
I was just remembering why we asked them to put the gates further back in the first place.
Oh, you mean back when the original approval was made?
Right. And yeah, and so, yeah, that's why we approved it, is because we asked them to push it back, and that seemed like a really good sort of solution to having them too close to the road.
All right. Okay. Thank you for reminding us all of that.
Sure.
But so as for what's on the table right now, who would like to begin the discussion?
I don't have any strong concerns about moving it forward a little bit. It's just a picture would have 1,000 words. And if Tori can share a picture of what's there existing, we could.
Is that where you were going a moment ago?
I'm happy to do that if you want me to.
Well,
yes.
if you can.
Yep.
You'd have one member in favor of your project, I think.
Two.
And so while Tori's getting that, does anybody else have any comments?
I think the wooden posts help a lot, because I think the stone
Mhm.
posts look too massive.
Yeah, agree. Carrie, thank you. Let's see. Connie, Abby. Anything?
So there's no stone posts, correct?
No, it's wood.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think, I'd like to see the photo, but
Okay.
I think it's appropriate.
Oh, no, the pressure's on.
I do have a question. Natural to weather wood posts?
Yes.
Okay.
There we go. Abby, anything?
Well, my question would be, does the vegetation go right up to the posts so that it sort of gets rid of the deer fencing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, may I answer that?
You can answer it verbally or you can show us the beautiful photo.
I'm going to get some photos. Yes, Abby, part of the approval through staff was to add additional vegetation. That's all been planted. Andrew's here. He can comment on exactly what vegetation if you need to know what. But we've supplemented all of that.
Yeah, I think it's nice to have the vegetation and the posts sort of,
Yeah, like the posts are hanging off of the vegetation. Also,
Yeah, to have
Paul,
a
there's a deer fence in that vegetation, so
Yeah.
that needs to be hidden.
right, so in your neighbor's photograph, it's not very well disguised, so
No.
I'm hoping yours is
Sure.
better
I
than
have the
that.
photos open,
Okay.
Kathy, if you want me to
Thank you.
screen share.
Oh, you have to.
Yeah, I have them open.
You have to register first.
Oh, sorry. Is that in my?
You have to register on the agenda,
Okay.
and then I can promote you to panelist.
Okay, so give me a minute again.
Are we all here
What?
in person? Oh.
Carrie's online, I think.
And so you could just show us the computer.
Let me take a picture of it. Send it to you.
I could start there by showing you the picture if you want to start there.
Stay the course because I
Okay.
want Carrie to see it. How was everyone's weekend?
Oh, I did bring cookies, by the way.
Oh, yeah, and this might be a good time to
Yeah.
pass these around.
Ginger snaps
That's
and,
cute.
and chocolate pistachio
Ginger snaps, dark chocolate.
from Pippin Inker. They're delicious.
Why don't you?
Never mind the photograph.
No, don't even go there. I didn't want to say that publicly.
Jeez, yeah, that's a funny.
Yeah, that's the one that I have up.
Yeah, try it.
Hmm,
What's he saying?
yeah.
Cashel.
Those are my favorite.
Better than pizza.
That's next.
Okay, so I need to go on the agenda, Kathy, you said?
Yeah, click on the agenda to register on the Zoom webinar. And follow the prompts.
Sorry, I didn't have this lined up.
Did you bring some milk?
Next time. Register on the Zoom?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think given that we're gonna adjourn at 5, this will probably be the last application. Oh, Jesse, I'm
I
so
did-
sorry.
Kathy, I did.
We'll see you next week.
Okay, it hasn't, I don't see it yet.
That might happen if it was THC.
Here we are.
And now I should put my volume down, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, turn that off.
Join as a
Myself.
panelist.
Definitely.
Yep, got it.
Then you-
Thank you.
And then, yeah, the sharing is all yours.
Share.
All right.
Now I think we are cooking with oil. Should be coming up. Showing on my screen. Does it take a minute?
You have to make sure you're on it before you go in with it.
Oh, okay.
You're a Mac, right?
No,
Oh, also.
I have a PC. Oh, share. Maybe I just have to hit this arrow. Oh, here you go. Got it.
Yeah.
Crumbs, and then they're gonna get mad at us.
Let's see if this, there you go.
There you go.
So this is our prior application with a few different photos.
Where's the one showing where the deer fencing is now?
Yeah.
You can see it there, behind the trees there. There's the wooden post.
Okay,
Okay.
Yeah.
so
got a
what's
good one.
evident from this is you're gonna need more vegetation.
Mhm. It's already been planted, I believe. Andrew can attest to that.
It's
Yeah.
all bayberry and vitex, viburnum.
Oh. We'll just have to trust you then.
It's just native material.
Okay.
that You don't need.
So everyone's seeing this. Is this sufficient to get us to move forward with this application?
So we see the Belgian block, the bike path,
Mhm.
and then we see shell.
It's coming up.
That's Belgian.
That's gonna be, it was approved to be Belgian block. That's the new Belgian block apron that was previously approved.
So where the posts are in this photograph is where what you're proposing?
Yes, please.
All right, got
Yeah.
it.
And the cattle grate is
Say
gone.
that again? Say that again?
This is what she's proposing. But there's,
Oh, so this is all gonna go to Belgian block?
Everybody is, but they just don't have the
Oh, okay.
pictures of.
I'm
what's
sorry.
existing.
It takes me a little while.
It was
the-
previously
Okay,
approved.
got it. All
Yeah,
right.
that's part of the
Which is
previous approval.
My fault, because I should have asked.
I apologize, Val, but the plan that I provided this time does show the Belgian block previously approved on the plan.
I know, honey. bun,
Okay.
but a
Yes,
picture
yes,
is-
yes.
Got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so
And-
now that we have all the information, what do we think?
One last question or comment is there is no cattle grate?
No,
Gone.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
So,
I,
where are we?
I
folks?
could make a motion or try to make a motion to approve as submitted with the deer fencing being screened now and in perpetuity forever and ever.
Amen.
Okay, that sounds good. Let's try a voice vote on that one. So there's Val's motion. It's basically the pool proviso about the deer fencing not being visible. On Val's motion, Val,
I,
Carrie,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
I,
and I'm in favor.
Thank you very much.
So do me a big favor. Next time, include the photos.
Of course.
Thank you. Okay, so moving right along, now we're on old business of 519. We're on fire.
no,
So Jesse,
Yes.
oh, you poor guy,
fine.
because Steven's not here.
Oh.
Yes, well, okay, so here's your choices, friend. Or you can either wait for Steven.
I'm not. on.
That's not Steven. You can either wait for Steven or you can move forward with a three-person board being Angus, who would be your chair, Connie, and Joe Paul.
So I'm fine with what I think, but the questions. One, yeah.
I'm gonna give you the usual spiel, okay? If you move forward with a three-person board and you don't get an approval, you go back to Stephen Welch and you say, could you read in? Then you're back to a four-person board. Okay? So you can roll the dice on your three-person board, but if that doesn't work out, pull Stephen back in for the next hearing.
But that would be a whole.
Yeah. Well, no matter what, I mean, if it came back as a three-person board, it'd still be old business.
Yeah. I think, it's fine, yeah.
The last I heard was yes. So if you want to wait a little longer,
Yeah.
you'll wait. Okay. All right. And, you know, just let me know if you change your mind and we can come back to you. Okay. So with that, the next application is for Tucker Nuck.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to promote him to
And
panel.
this is Angus is chairing. Abby, Val, Connie, Joe, everybody here. Great.
Stefan, would you like to screen share?
Good, Angus?
Good. So you've already heard the board.
You can
Myself.
hear me? I'm sorry.
It's myself, Abby Camp, Val Oliver, Connie Patton, and Joe Paul.
Stefan, would you like to screen share?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, hang on.
Give me one
Promoting you
second.
to I'm promoting you to panelist.
My request is when you bring us cookies, do not set a bag that pretty full.
Maybe that's it.
You're welcome to present when you're ready.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me share.
Remember this.
You can see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, my name is Stéphane Lécuyer. The last time you gave us some comments, and what we did, we simplified the main facade of the building. I can start with the windows on the main volume on the left side. On the upper right corner, you can see what you saw last time, and at the bottom you can see the new one. What we did is we had two big windows on the on top. We removed both of them and we replaced it by a smaller window, and it's more in proportion with the smaller volume on the right side of the house, which is the existing building. And we also removed one window at the bottom, and now we have only four windows at the bottom and on one small on the top. This was your first comment. The second one was the dormer door. I'm sorry. The dormer, yeah, the dormer. The dormer was flush with the ridge. Sorry about that. We know the rules, and I don't know what happened. And the dormer now is lower, more than 1 foot lower than the ridge of the roof. The other comment that you had was for the main door. We had a double door. Now we came back with a single door, a storm door with a round window. And the last one was just about the chimney. The chimney, we moved in the chimney like 8 inches because it was like flush with the exterior wall. If I remember, I think it was the 4 comments that you gave us. And I can show you what it looks like in the elevation here. This is the new elevation of the building. You can see the dormer, you can see the facade, the main door. And if I go to the rendering, it looks like that now. It's more in proportion with the small volume.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I have one.
Go ahead, Val.
It seems the chimney is very tall without something sort of supporting it there. Is there gonna be a cricket or?
The chimney, you're talking about the structure of the chimney?
Yeah.
By code, we need to raise the chimney as high as it is right now.
But it just seems like it's floating in space. There's nothing supporting it right there.
Yeah, but it will be supported. Yeah, we have a structural engineer with us. I'm an architect also. It's gonna be well done. I'm not concerned about that.
Does anyone else have further questions? Otherwise, please, whoever's ready to comment,
I could give a couple.
go ahead, Abby.
Continue back.
Well, I'll just finish. I think it's really great. Everything you changed, the renderings are beautiful. It's the floating in space chimney with is the only thing that is atypical or unusual.
Because
Stefan,
Yeah.
the commissioners will speak and then
I'm sorry.
and then we can come back to you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Abby, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Stefan, for the changes. I think you've got more of a Tuckernuck vernacular going on here. My only comment would be the ganged windows. That's, you do see it every once in a while, but it's not the norm. So, that's the only thing I would do. I would ungang the windows. But I appreciate the new dormer design, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Who else do we have here?
I'm on this, I think.
Oh, Joe, please go ahead.
Hi. So I appreciate the door change and the dormer change, dormers. The chimney, I think, and it's just on the rendering, issue potentially. I think the chimney just needs to go to the left 6 inches because it's if you look at this south elevation, the right side of the chimney is basically coplanar with the shingles below it. And then when you look at the side elevation, there's no shingle returning around it. I mean, just want to make sure that that's captured. I don't disagree with Val regarding the height, and I do think they'll end up with a cricket, but it's going to be small because this chimney's skinny. There will be one down low. I agree with Abby. It's funny, I almost like the previous elevation of the south glass more than this one, but I definitely I think it's appropriate to have those ganged windows separated so that they're essentially like the 2 windows that are in the smaller gable in terms of shingle space between them. And then you just have a rhythm of 4 windows on that elevation. And I actually think if you ended up with a double hung window in the gable versus this square window, the square window and the amount of shingle space around it feels a little bit contemporary to me. Seems to work well on the little gable, probably because it's not floating in so much shingle space, but I think that gable window needs to be a different proportion. That's my opinion, just because it feels a little bit contemporary. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Connie?
Yeah, I don't have much or anything to add. I agree with my fellow commissioners. Is there a reason the chimney is that tall and thin? I guess that's my question. And if it could be brought down.
That's a code thing.
Yeah, it is a code thing.
Okay.
Um, Stefan, would you like to just answer that question for Connie?
Yeah, the chimney needs to be, if I remember, 3 feet higher than the highest ridge around the chimney.
Okay. And
Oh.
would you propose a cricket?
Yes, we're gonna propose a
Anchor?
cricket. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
of course, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is that everything, Connie? Okay, thank you. So I appreciate the revisions that were made on the that first elevation that you showed us. I'm not seeing the label for it. Is that south? Where there's the single door and the triple
South.
was turned to double?
Yeah, it's
Um,
south. Yeah.
Thank you. So I appreciate that. I think that the commission's recommendations for the revisions was all inclusive. So not just this side, but the other elevations that have the ganged windows. I think Joe's comments were on target with the separation of the doubles in that south elevation in the main area and um, reducing the shingle area by doing a double hung in the gable as opposed to the four light. I appreciate the single door with the porthole as opposed to the double doors. The dormer coming off the ridge helps, but by pushing that back till there's no shingle below the windowsill will reduce its overall impact in that elevation. Um, I guess it would be the west elevation. Um, and the chimney, I I mean, I don't know if this is a gas unit or a wood burning unit, but
It's the wood burning unit.
yeah. Um, the chimney is awkward, and generally that would be coming, it'd be on a gable end or somewhere in the middle of the structure, and it's catching everybody's eye, mine included. And Joe makes a good point with it as proposed right now. It is showing that it's flush with the exterior wall. Um, and I believe that, I mean, you check the code, but I think it's 10 feet out from the ridge and 2 feet up.
That's
I'm not-
correct.
So
That's my
I
understanding.
think you're.
there's-
I think
there's-
you're right. I think you're right. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
There-
I think you're right. We'll double check with the height of the. I have a doubt now. We're gonna double check the height of the chimney to make it by code and maybe lower than that.
I appreciate that, Stefan.
Yeah.
So I think the goal is to get it because of its location, is to get it as low and centered as much as possible. So I would just look at the other elevations where you have ganged windows. The proximity to the beach, we all understand that, you want to have a view. But reducing the ganged windows as much as possible is going to make this more appropriate. So like in that south elevation, the sort of evenly spaced four windows across that gable on the first floor is going to make that more appropriate. And I would just sort of follow through with the other areas where you have ganged windows. So those are my comments. What is the?
I'll make
motion of the board?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may, because if you all remember that there's a conservation restriction with this property, and Stefano had to receive the Nature Conservancy's, who holds a restriction, approval of the original plans that you all approved. So I would just respectfully request either now or once the board is approved, that the applicant provides or through the Nature Conservancy yes, we're okay with these plans as revised, even if it's an email.
Thank you for that, Holly. I saw your comments and I was reserving that for once we got close to approval, but I think we're probably closer to revisions than approval right now. But what is do I have a motion from the board?
Yeah, I was going to make I think, yeah, we're close, but I was just going to make a motion for a few more um, changes. So my motion would be to hold for
Th-
just
I have a question.
minor revisions.
Thank you for that, Abby. So I'm going to do a voice vote on your motion, Abby.
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thank you, Stefan.
Yeah, can I ask a few questions just to make sure that the revision will be done correctly? First, for the gang windows, I'm surprised because the Perizo's house are next to us. It's full of gang windows. The house in front of the North Pound, which is a small house, they have gang windows also. I can do it, but I'm surprised that if I'm looking at the main elevation, you want me to just separate them like the small volume, right? Like putting like a foot in between, something like that.
In general, it's best to just sort of follow the recording and get everybody's comments. But let me
Okay.
respond to that. You're talking about the south elevation.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so there were suggestions. I'm not sure from everybody, but at least a couple members that those two ganged sets of windows would be separated into 4 equally spaced windows as opposed to having ganged windows there.
Okay. Okay.
And you can grab the rest off the recording.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back over to you, Ray.
Okay, thanks. We are on now to 50 Burnell. First of all, do we have Chip or his proxy?
We do, Mr.
We
Chair.
do. Chip Webster here.
Oh, we got the big man. Okay. So Chip, you have your whole board here. Let me get my glasses on. I'll tell you who it is.
Excellent.
Myself, Val, Angus, Carrie, Joe. Carrie and Joe are on Zoom, as you may know. The rest of us are live.
Perfect.
Did I say that this was an application for 50 Burnell?
Yes.
Okay.
You did.
All right. Okay, so Chip, tell us where you are.
All right. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for a proposed new main house at 50 Burnell. If I can share the screen, I will. It looks like, oh, good. It's already set up for that. Walk you through it. So I think it's been 2 cycles since you saw this, so maybe 4 weeks or 6 weeks. So I'll start with a quick reminder on the location. Although the address is 50 Burnell, it's actually on a newly created short road called Oliver's Way that comes off of Burnell. And you can see on the locust plan on the left, it's at the very end. It's at the end of Oliver's Way. And you can also see on the locust plan, that's a long skinny lot going away from Oliver's Way. So if you look on the right-hand side, the site plan, it was generally agreed upon at the last meeting that the rear of the house and the sides would not be visible, and that all the focus was on trying to improve the front of it. We did, however, also we moved it back 12 feet on the site, which gets it even further back from Oliver's Way. So this is the front elevation that we had before. I'll just review at the last review, Val and Carrie had no concerns. Angus brought up he felt that the transom windows were awkward and that there was a lack of hierarchy where that middle element was kind of, what is it? And that it either reads as an odd dormer or whatever. There needed to be hierarchy and these transoms weren't working. Ray agreed with all of that, but also added that we are missing some columns here. We're showing it with only 2 columns, about 20 some odd feet apart. Joe chimed in, agreeing with all of those comments and also adding that the shutters felt a little funny because they were only appearing on those first floor flanking windows, and that was it. So, as I frequently tell my clients, the HCC review improves the design, and this is absolutely a case of that. Everyone, the clients, the interior designers, everyone on our team is super excited about incorporating, we believe, all of those changes. So you can see that middle mass, we made it, we gave it more of a real mass. We brought it all the way to the ground. So it's articulated as the main mass of the house. We added the missing columns. We removed completely well, I shouldn't say remove credit. We removed the awkward transom windows from the first floor. And when we redid the massing, we were able to replace those with double hung. And we are proposing still keeping some smaller awning style windows on that second floor connecting link. You can see also we're proposing here to change from 2/2 to 6/6, which gives a little bit more of a cottage sconset feel, we believe. And you can see all of the windows, except for the special condition windows, now have shutters on this. The special condition windows being the second floor, where those are gang windows that are popping out about 4 inches to sort of give it a little character. And then, of course, those awning windows that I mentioned on those connecting links. So we believe, and hopefully you will as well, super vast improvement. On the side, this is the east side. We are wanting to keep some of the larger light sizes to the rear of the house. And again, these won't be visible. These are further completely blocked by this mass that comes out on the first floor, which is the mudroom. So we're proposing to keep those on the rear portion and also on the rear of the house. It looks a little eclectic, I know, with some of the smaller lights and the larger lights, but there is logic behind that where the it's the 6/6 and smaller light size, 15 light doors, et cetera, throughout, except for these particular locations. And then the last side is really, this is the west side, which is really just changing it from the 2/2 to the 6/6. So with that, I turn it over to the board for questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, Chip, thank you. I'm just going to do the board again. Myself, Val, Angus, Carrie, and Joe. Who would like to begin?
I will.
Yes.
Hey, Chip, what color are the shutters?
Oh, let's just take a look. I am not 100% sure if, let's see if those are on here. Shutters are not called out. What color would you like them?
What color is the front door?
Let's take a look. Sorry.
You know what?
Keep tripping them up, man.
No.
Yeah, you are,
aside from
totally.
that, which
Okay.
you can get back to us.
Okay.
The door is white, it says.
So
okay.
it's the front door is currently white. What I mean, so I guess as applied for, everything is white, but I would be very happy to hear the thoughts on the board for the shutters in the front door.
Okay. I appreciate all the changes. I think the hierarchy is better with the middle gable being the highest part of it. The 6/6 really are hugely an improvement for that Sconset cottage feel. And other than the color of the shutters, I think you aced it. Thank you.
Val, thanks. Who's next?
I'll chime in.
All right, Joseph.
I have no concerns, and I think the front door should be black, and so should the shutters or Essex green.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Next,
I could go.
Angus.
So I agree with what's been said about the color of the shutters and the door. And I appreciate the 6/6 double hungs. For me, it feels a little odd to not be consistent with the window treatments as far as the 6/6 windows and the shutters, but also going from 6/6 to 2/2. I'm looking at the other, yeah, um, I think the first floor is not going to be visible. So, and it looks like the second floor.
Angus, sorry to interrupt, but we're getting feedback somehow. Chip, do you have another device on by any?
I just muted him, so Chip, you did have another device on. I just muted you and it went away.
Okay, continue, Angus. Sorry.
Thank you. So, yeah, in the arched window in the north elevation is a concern. It I think it worked better with the rectangle. There isn't really another window like that there. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Angus, that's great. Thank you. Carrie, I think it's to you.
Yeah, I appreciate all the changes, and I agree with the big arched window in the back, but if it's not visible from a public way, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Thanks, Carrie. So I totally agree that this back window is atypical. I think, if we were out mountain biking around, Sconset, maybe we would see this at a great distance, but I don't think it's going to be visible from any close proximity. So I'm actually okay with it. And I do very much appreciate all the changes that were made, including my extra columns. And I'd be in favor of Essex green over black for shutters and front door.
Do you mind if I say something else, Ray?
Not at all.
I just wanted to say that I also had a concern about that arched window, but given its distance and being on the back, that was the reason why I had no concerns. And I'd make a motion to approve as submitted with the Essex green shutters in the front door, and just note that there's some unique fenestration on the rear and it's being approved due to lack of visibility.
Okay. We'll note that on the application. So everybody got the motion? That's the motion on the table. On Joe's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there you go, Chip. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. See you shortly.
Okay. Now, 21 India. Matthew, do you want to, Stephen's not here right now, obviously.
I did.
So I would be chairing, and you'd have Val, Angus, Joe, and Carrie as your other.
I think I'm okay going ahead.
Okay, we'll move forward then with that board.
Okay. Sharing screen. It says it cannot. Okay, so with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
Yeah, please do. Thanks,
So
Matt.
you've seen this application once before. We're looking to do an addition to this existing structure. And I think most of the conversation revolved around the rear L addition. There is a rear L currently, and we're looking to add about 7 feet to its length. We're also looking to add some gable dormers on the facade of the building. On the south elevation, I think the board expressed some concern about adding gable dormers. I think Joe had requested that we do a street scan to show the adjacent building, because this is connected to another building that is probably about like 6 feet taller than this one. So I'll show you that shortly. Most of the feedback revolved around, you can see in the previous submission, there's existing, the demo, and the previously proposed. I think everybody was opposed to those transom dormers and the eave line, and the suggestion was to just go the simpler form. And I think it was good advice, because it does work with the existing massing, I think, really well. So hopefully you get a chance to look at that. And I'll just scroll to the street scans. So this is scans, just shows the adjacent buildings. So again, these buildings are physically connected with a party wall. And you can see it is taller, maybe not quite 6 feet. It looks like that in the perspective. And then we just did do these perspectives, which I thought was pretty telling. I think the eave line elevation is dramatically higher. We finally, one of the things we did notice with the streetscape is that majority of the structures, the 3 adjacent parcels actually have shutters. And while I didn't find any historic photos of this structure with shutters, I thought it would be a nice addition. And I think it actually makes those first 3 structures fairly consistent. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Matthew, thank you. Who would like to begin? Okay, love it.
Thank you, Matt. I think simplifying that rear L really worked in your favor. And I did go there again today, and there is one other house, number 35, that has gable dormers, but it has 2. I'm thinking maybe just eliminating one and having 2 would simplify it enough to
Could do that.
make it work in the hood. That's my only comments.
Great. Thank you, Val.
Oh, what color are the shutters?
I would say Essex green.
Thank you.
Where did that come
Corey
from?
brought cookies.
That
I would say Essex Green. Okay. Oh, we don't want that. Okay, Val, thanks a lot. Who's next?
I'm happy to go.
Great.
I know I had requested, but I think it was maybe not a majority, not unanimously, but a majority that was opposed to any dormers on the front. Just that it's atypical for this style and period house, and just the historical significance of the house. I really appreciate the simplification of everything in the back. The only suggestion that I would have is that the back gable narrow up instead of bumping back out in playing with the original structure, is to stay in playing with the bump that looks like a foot or so, but to make all that the same so that when you're looking at the west elevation, it doesn't it doesn't bump in and then bump out, and also the roof doesn't get higher than the middle piece, so that it would just be a continuous ridge towards the north. And the windows, it seems like there's a lot of shingle area. The windows would be more appropriate, being more like the size of the C windows that are in the main structure. Then I'm looking at the Fs and Ds. They all look a little short for the amount of wall area there is. And I appreciate the shingled railing. I think that makes the balcony achievable. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus. Let's
I'll
see.
go.
Yeah, great. Carrie.
My only thing is the dormers on the front. I don't think 3 are appropriate, and I think it would be more historically appropriate if there was no shingle, like the trim comes right up to the window. Right now you've got some shingle space between, and I know that gives you less space inside, but that's more historically correct. And bring the walls in, not enlarge the windows, because that's not right either. So that's all.
Carrie, I'm going to just have you elaborate. So
Sorry, I just think
you were
the
not in
dorm-
favor of dormers, period, but are you?
No, sorry. I'm in favor of 2.
Oh,
but-
okay, got it. Okay,
But if
got it.
they are approved, I think they should be narrower, right up, the trim work should be
Yeah.
right up to the window, because that's a more historic window, and this is
I totally get it now. Yeah.
Okay,
All
thanks.
right. Thanks, Carrie. Let's see, Joe, I think it's to you, right?
Sure. Well, then I agree with with everybody. I think that well, first of all, thanks for the streetscape, because my gut feeling when you first presented this was that the scale of the adjacent buildings would somehow justify dormers on this house. It's definitely, it's not unheard of. It's definitely an anomaly, and we wouldn't want every house to have them. But I think the formality and scale of the adjacent structures for me are mitigating factors here and making it palatable and appropriate. And I was too thinking two dormers versus three. And I think what Carrie just said about the proportions of those dormers would make me feel even more comfortable. And then I think Angus makes a lot of great points about the rear mass and that little jog that's there. And I think just having that wall be all in one plane, to me, I know it's a large addition off the back and maybe it works against the additive massing, but it's such a nice simple addition that I think having that wall on both sides of that rear L is just all in one plane makes sense to me. On the second floor plan, you can kind of see it. And I also agree with Angus about the scale of those windows on the second floor rear. Yeah, that little jog that's right there. I think that second floor where that sink is, that if that just ran straight across, and then I understand the first floor steps out from a little bit below that, but I mean, I debate whether or not you can see it, but I think, yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, thanks. Well, I think the consensus view is pretty clear. I'm also okay with two dormers using Carrie's stipulations, get rid of the shingles on either side, therefore make the dormers narrower. I'm thinking about an Exhibit A, but I'm not sure that that's possible because I'd really love to see how, like, of the three dormers that you have right now, one is aligned on the left-hand side with the window below it. The one on the right-hand side, I would imagine would probably be centered between the third and the fourth windows. Do we agree that we should look at this one more time? Matt, I kind of hate to do it to you, but I don't think we can do it as an Exhibit A.
That's
Just
fine.
because we need to
Yeah,
have
no,
you
that's
take
cool.
this information. I also agree on the idea of just having one simpler mass in the back with larger windows. So there it is. I think, we
That works.
gave you some pretty clear parameters.
Happy to do that.
Yes,
But before
Ollie.
you all make your motion,
Yep.
which sounds like it'll be revisions, I did want to just ask, at the last meeting, Matt, you had said that the new fenestration is going to be TDLs.
Yes.
Okay, and the plans say SDLs. So I wanted to mention that on the record. That needs to be.
Yeah. We're happy to go SDLs with the energy calcs. It's becoming more and more difficult. And I think one of the reasons why it was SDLs on the application initially, I just don't think we updated it. The majority of the windows that are in the existing structure on the facade and on the two sides of the main mass are remaining intact. But for the rear, if the board was open to it, we'd love to use like that Marvin, insulated unit, which is technically, I guess, an SDL. So
Right.
if there's any way, if the board would entertain that, it's kind of a hybrid, if you will, a combination of TDLs, the existing, and SDLs. So we could identify that on the window and door schedule.
I think that would be helpful.
And then the board can decide which way.
To that
Yep.
point, Mr. Chair, I did note in my staff comments from April that in 2024, there was a COA approved for windows for Boston Sash TDLs. I believe that was something that Linda brought in for replacement windows in the main block, in the historic main block.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if that's been done, but there is an approval on record
Okay.
that the commission has already opined on, so I think that would be consistent. The fact that this is per the Historic American Building Survey, is 1785 for initial construction. And to your point about energy code, I do think it would be helpful to have a historic determination on file. And with that said, it would also be helpful in that regard to know exactly what is being removed to add on, if you will, with a clear plan. So those are my comments for your consideration.
Thanks. That all
Thank
sounds
you.
good. Yes, Matthew.
So just that we do have demolition plans on the set. It's just anywhere we're removing fabric, we indicate it with it's red, but because it's
Right.
hatched, it looks like it's pink. But
Okay.
but if there's anything that you want, any additional detail, the core approach to this is that the main historic body of the structure is staying intact, stairs, partition locations, etc. And the majority of the addition obviously will be, new contemporary spaces per se, meaning the scale and size of them, but we're not trying to minimize the amount of historic
Disruption.
structure that we
Yeah.
remove, if any, honestly, given the age of the house.
Okay. And you should, if you haven't done so already, apply for a, historic determination, because that'll
Do
help
that,
you.
yeah.
Can I have a motion to hold for revisions?
I'll make that motion.
Great. That's Val's motion. Let's see on your motion, Val.
Aye.
Okay, Angus.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Very good. Carrie.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Matthew. Let's see. 22 no Nantum, that's Linda.
And do we have Steve yet?
No, we do not.
You don't.
We're gonna wait.
Okay. Oh, I'm recused from this anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll wait on that. No word from Mr. Welch, huh? What happened with Jesse? Did he take off? Yeah, I don't, at this point, I'd almost encourage him to go with a 3-person board and see how it goes. Okay, so the next application, now we're on to June 2nd agenda, and the first application is my office. So you have Angus, Abby, Val, Connie, Joe, all of whom are here. So I'm recusing. Thanks, Angus.
Thank you, Ray. Okay, so Lisa, would you like to go ahead and present?
Sure. Let me just make sure, wait until they get the packet up so I can show you the changes. The major changes that were requested were to change the direction of to make a friendship stair at the front. If you go to the next sheet, Fiona. That's the photo of the existing condition. The next sheet's going to be the rendering with the building placed. So we did add that friendship stair. So you can maybe go to the elevations next. Now that's the elevations showing the buildings together. Cuddy on the right, the main house in the back, and the new building on the left. And then the next sheet is the elevation, sorry. And so changes around the west, we added the friendship stair towards the road. On the north, not sure much change there. Hold on, I gotta go to my, we shifted some dormers that were very close to the edge. And that is on the north as well as the east. So on the east, we made that dormer a double dormer. And on the north, we just shifted that dormer in from the corner of the roof. Making sure if that's, yeah, that's the correct. And I have copies of the renderings if anybody wants at the table.
Thank you, Lisa. Are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for these renderings. Any questions from the board?
I guess I have a question.
Go ahead, Joe.
It's related to the rendering, and I just want to make sure I understand correctly. As you're looking at, there's one rendering, right?
There's only one rendering, and then there's a photo that shows the photo that the rendering was done over.
Okay, so my question, if you could go up to the rendering, that would be great. I just want to make sure I understand this. It's a material question.
It's, I think, the second page.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, just. Next page. There you go. Okay, thanks. So 2 questions. Are the shutters intended to be white? And
No,
the second one is the dormers that are gables, are those intended to be all white? I just noticed that they were different. The other ones have shingles that wrap the corner, and it looked like on the elevations that the gable dormers were being handled differently. I just want to make sure I understood it correctly. And then the shutters, you know, when you look at a black and white drawing, they read as dark, but seeing them here white, I just want to make sure that that's the intended color. Same with the door, actually, the front door.
Yeah, may I answer that?
Please go ahead, Lisa.
I'm trying to look at my photos because I think the intention of the shutters would be to match the house. So I'm looking, and I do have pictures of the main house on my phone. So I'm just checking what, oh, I don't have that elevation with me though. Well, I would say that we would match the main house on the shutters. I don't know what color they are, because none of the elevations that face the road have shutters on the main house.
Okay.
And if I know Abby brought up the issue of removing the shutters, and I'm happy to do that. But the shutters, there are shutters on the main house on the front door entry. And I tried to match the dormer style that's on the front door entry of the main house as well. And I'll look for a photo while we get other comments.
That's the original.
Auburn College, the one behind it. So in Holly's comments, there is a photograph of an old photograph, and it looks like the shutters are a color. It's black and white, so it's hard to tell what that color is. Holly, what do you suspect that color would have been?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe, well, it's definitely not a white, so obviously it's an off tone, but it's really hard to tell with the black and white photo. And for the record, this is Auburn Cottage before it moved to Cliff Road. But I thought it was great context because in a way, this guest house is kind of mimicking that original structure.
Yeah. At least that shows the entry and the dormers.
With the side
Yeah, but
entrance?
that's correct. That is actually before it moves, so the colors are maybe don't sync with what was done. But I'm happy to just either remove them or to match the existing house.
Okay, thank you. Joe, does that help?
Yeah.
And do you have any other questions?
Yes, thank you. It does help. I think that the architecture is appropriate. I think the sighting is typical for the area, and I appreciate the stare with the gesture towards the street. I think there's a certain amount of formality on this entry elevation that I think is charming, and it works, and I think it justifies the gable dormers to be, you know, to be gables on this elevation versus sheds on the street side. And I think with the porch and the columns and all that, the shutters seem to work on that elevation. I like the idea of the color match in the house. And other than that, I think I'd love to see the front door be defined more to kind of showcase the trim that surrounds it, which would imply that the shutter color and the front door color should match. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Who'd like to go next? Go ahead, Val.
I appreciate the changes. I think the friendship stair really invites you to the front door. And I'm looking at the historic photo that Holly put in her notes, and those dormers with just the trim match the dormers on that historic picture. So I appreciate that too. Yeah, I think it's okay. Appropriate.
Thank you, Val. So we've got Connie and Abby.
I've got nothing to add.
Connie?
I feel it's very appropriate, and I also would be in favor of the colors matching the house.
Great. So that leaves me, and this, I actually have a question. In this perspective that's on the screen, it looks like the stair is coming down into the back of the hedge onto grass. I have a question. How's that
I don't
in
know.
reality?
I'm not so sure that the hardscape plan has been completely worked out here.
Okay, but presumably there would be a walk and so forth to
Yeah,
to
there would
get
be a
up
landing
there.
of
Yeah,
some kind.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. I agree with what's been said. I think having the shutters on this part of it harken back to the original cottage, and then maybe the other part could have been an addition later on. At first, I was thinking it makes it a little busy to have some be the shed dormer and others to be the gable. But again, it's you obviously can't do a gable for the double window that faces Easton Street. And the gable is again a detail that harkens back to the original Auburn cottage. I was thinking, well, look at the main structure and what's going on with those dormers, and I believe that all those dormers are sheds. So I'm a little bit torn, but I think that there's justification for this mix. So I would agree with the other commissioners to match the door and shutter color with the house shutters. And yeah,
I'd make that motion.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
if
Joe, if you can hold your motion for just a second. Holly, what's your comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With any motion, I guess it's to you, Joe, we still need an elevation certificate for the application.
Thank you for that, Holly. Joe, would you be amenable to adding that to your motion?
Of course, yes.
Thank you. On your motion.
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to 50 Starbuck Road, new dwelling. The
41A Cliff.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Almost there. Okay, so we're 41A Cliff Road,
Matt.
and the board will be myself, Abby, who I think is coming back any second, Val, Connie, and Joe. Matt, you're welcome to present whenever you like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It says I can't start this screen share while the other participant is sharing. Thank you. So With your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin. So,
Please go ahead, Matt.
thank you. So you've seen this once before. This is really just a deck addition towards the rear of the property. There is 37 Cliff Road sits in front of this, so this is actually set pretty far back. So I just don't really feel like any of this is going to be visible from Cliff Road, definitely because it's over 150 feet from the road at least. You did ask for us to erect some ridge poles, and so we did put those up to see if there was any visibility from the Brant Point area. So I don't know if anyone's had a chance to go up there and see that. But with that, we tried to, again, we're not really doing anything to the structure itself, the interior, the exterior, the street facade. I know this was has a history, architectural history, and so we want to be mindful of that and take the existing decks that were there and just extend them, really primarily for like outdoor use on the first and second floors. It's obviously a really beautiful spot up there. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions for Matt? All right, well,
There opportunity for comment?
sure. Please just state your name.
Yeah. Mark Catone representing the abutters at 37, or 39, excuse me, Cliff.
Go ahead.
And
Mark.
they
Thank
just
you.
had some concern with the proposed depth of the decks. One is a non-integrated deck currently at 8 feet. We believe it's being extended to 16. The guidelines, I believe, at a second floor deck would recommend 8 feet. The second deck is integrated already at 8 feet. It's also proposed at 16 feet. And again, we would just ask the board to use the guidelines already in place in reviewing this application. This is, I believe, one of the former cottages of the Sea Cliff Inn. So just being sensitive to the architecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
If I could just
got-
reiterate that I don't feel like these are visible from any public way. The neighbor might have an issue with them, but I don't think it's a public issue.
Thank you for that, Matt. Abby, you're sitting on this. This is the proposal for the deck at 41A.
Yeah.
So we have gotten to the point of comments. Who would like to comment first?
I can go.
Go ahead, Abby.
I drove up the driveway and there's no way you can see this. I don't even know, so I just, that's it. You can't see it from a public way for sure.
I think so.
Thank you for that, Abby. Okay, so we've got Abby, Val or Connie or Joe.
Yeah. Sure. I agree with Abby. We can't see it from a public way, but it is very large. So if it could be cut back, it would be good. Somewhat.
Thank you, Val. Connie?
Yeah, there's limited to no visibility, but I kind of agree if it can be maybe moved back to 12 feet, might be a little bit better. But there is no visibility, so I don't know what kind of purview we really have. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Connie. Joe?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. And the applicant is awfully courageous to show us the 3D views of these things. I'm trying not to look at them because unless I'm flying by, I don't think I will see that. And in elevation, they look relatively benign. I mean, it's yeah, I can appreciate. I mean, the scale of, I don't know what the threshold is of this is too much, but this certainly is getting there. Even if it's not visible, for instance, this deck wouldn't be able to extend out 50 feet. That would become excessive. So at some point there's a judgment. I don't disagree that they could get scaled back a bit, but admit that there's limited visibility. And, it's also under columned, to use a term I think that Chip used earlier. But again, you're not going to see it. So I think that we don't have much to say about it, given it's not visible from a public way.
Thank you for that, Joe. So, a number of these houses along Cliff Road are certainly visible from North Beach Street and certainly from the water the further away you get. What makes a deep porch particularly visible is a profile view, and that's what is missing here. There isn't really a way to get a profile view from a public way, and the distant views that I've mentioned before from the water and from North Beach Street and so forth extremely foreshorten any sort of projection from these houses. So I I think that there's very a limited visibility of this, and for that reason, um, I'm okay with it.
Question before we.
Yeah, go ahead, Abby.
So, what is the importance of the wire fence in front? What does that delineate? Is that the end of the property, or is
I
that
think
just a?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it goes beyond that, but there is a dramatic slope. So if that wasn't there, and that was there prior to the current owners purchasing it, but it's basically to keep people from falling down the hill.
Okay,
Yeah.
so with that, well, okay, thank you for that information. So because of that, maybe if it was brought back at least 5 feet, from that fence, it might fit in on the site a little bit better. Looks,
Through you, Mr. Chair, I
Right.
think it will be close to that because it doesn't currently come right up to that fence. You can walk in front of the deck, but it's, taking a foot or two out of the depth of it. That could get us closer to 5 feet, but I think there is a gap currently.
Then maybe there's, okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, I'm done, Joe. Go ahead.
Joe, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say then, I don't disagree with Abby in having a walking spaces there, and it sounds like if the decks were reduced by 2 feet, we'd get there. So I'd make a motion to push the decks back 2 feet from what's proposed, and that would be my motion. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Joe. On your motion,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Linda would like to go forward with a 4-person board since Stephen is not gonna be joining the meeting.
Oh, on the
No.
So I'd like to
on
be
the
with-
22 no Nantum.
Yes,
Okay. Is that okay with everyone?
yeah.
Oh, and I need to recuse from that one.
All right, so that would be myself, Val, Carrie, Joe,
And no alternates.
and no alternates. Yeah. So you've got the 4 of us.
Cool.
Please go ahead and present.
We did what you asked. There weren't a lot of comments about any of the rest of it. A lot of it was already approved. It just was very difficult to read the approved plan when they scanned all of them and got rid of the hard copies at the HDC office. They were all sent out. So we went back to the one that was approved because everything that was approved on consent. So I did give you an entire list of what was approved on consent versus what we're asking for now and what we're asking to clarify because it was really hard to figure out what was approved. So we did what you asked. We took the wire fence off of Nantucket Avenue. We cut it back to level with the house, and we took it off the Plum Street side. Now, since that time, and I gave you all those pictures over the weekend and staff sent them out, we have gone ahead and replanted everything. We doubled the privet hedge all the way around the property. It is set back 8 feet from the publicly accessed walking path that was part of the One Big Beach. So it's not that wide, but we did set it back. The overage onto that walking path is not from our side, it's from the other side, which we have no control over those people. Still would like to ask, given the new pictures, if you can put those up. We'd like to get rid of that black mesh in favor of the galvanized 8-inch square with the posts 20 feet, 24 feet apart. We're still waiting for them. It's probably in a separate attachment, Kathy. Well, most of you got it over the weekend. It was sent out to you individually, and I asked to have it sent out before. So I don't know what happened. That's why they were sent into that thing before 8 o'clock yesterday. Okay, so everybody's got them. They're just not up there. But I gave you the current plantings, which is twice the depth and twice as thick. We'd love to have it in that fence, in the hedges on Nonantum, since they're not visible, as well as the 8 feet in from the pathway, making it not visible. The fence inside the double hedge is also not visible because it's actually set back several feet from the actual layout of Nonantum Avenue. Somebody made a comment about the plantings that we had put along Nonantum Avenue and Plum Street. That is to reclaim what everybody's been parking on to go to Badere Beach. So they have parked all over the sides of the roads and destroyed most of the foliage that's on the sides of the road. So they decided to replant in front of their Nonantum side and Plum Street side, Bayberry and what else?
Just Bayberry.
Bayberry, and then the privet. So it's set back off of Nonantum Avenue by at least 6 or 7 feet. But we have replanted that.
So you're saying that that is not what the town owns, that's what they own?
I believe that's in the roadway layout, but we replanted it because all the people that have been parking on it to go down to the beach, we replanted it. Yeah, there they are. That's the double hedge that we just put back. If you want to go, keep going, Fiona, if you want to scroll, that's Nonantum side up there on the screen. That is the Plum Street side. Plum Street side. Plum Street side. So it's quite thick, and that's from the interior of the lot looking at Plum Street. That is the interior of the lot looking at the heavily planted area going towards that little pathway on the other side of all that hedging. But that is also 8 feet off of the walkway, off the property line. That is the path we're talking about. Ours is right on the property line. The guy on the right has been overgrown, so we're not responsible for the narrowness of it, and we don't, nor are we required to maintain it. But our hedging is quite thick there. And the fence is on the inside of that. It'd be nice if it was cut. Keep going. There is the site plan, which you've already seen. A lot of that is just a resubmission of what we had before. So we're still asking for it along Plum and along Nonantum and down to the house on the pathway side, given how thick the foliage is now. But if you still want to do that, we'll cut it off of Plum and we'll cut it off of Nonantum. We'll cut it back to the house, which was what your suggestion was the first time.
Understand what you're saying.
You want to look at the plan?
I have it in front of me and I have it up there. Is that fence going away?
Yes, that was just there to stabilize it. That's that black mesh stuff. We don't want anything to do with it. So that fence is leaving completely off of all the property. It's in quite a few spots. She got some of it approved before, but it's just horrible.
Yeah, because it's on the public side.
Yeah, so that's coming off.
Can I say something? If it helps the board, the landscaping that these owners put in around the entire perimeter of the property along all four, sides of the property was designed for their own privacy and also with an understanding that eventually they'd need
fencing in there, and they've made a tremendous effort to double up the foliage wherever possible to hide any of this fencing. Any fencing, if you did go view it, that you see there now is temporary. What we're proposing to do is move everything back off the property line, hide it behind either a double row of privet hedges or behind 8 feet of indigenous planting and a privet hedge on the inside. So tremendous effort made to make this go away. I know deer fencing is a sore subject, but it's one that's not going to go away. And I think the Noels have made quite the effort to mitigate the view from, for themselves and for their neighbors and the public. So
I'm not sure, for the record, could you please state your name?
Andrew Wing.
Thank you.
And keep in mind, we have pulled the deer fence 8 feet off that little public access way, and at least 6 feet off of the property line where the fence, where the privet is right there already, as well as on Plum Street. So
Thank
we
you,
pulled
Linda.
it off
Is that
everywhere.
everything?
So if you have any more
Are,
comments.
are there any questions?
No, I think, when we go to look at it, when we did go to look at it, it was hard to imagine because the stuff is already there. But you're saying that's going away and it's gonna be woven in between all the wet vegetation, so that's good.
Yeah, and it's the vinyl, it's not the vinyl stuff and that black mesh stuff. It's the 8-inch square galvanized that
I
disappears.
just don't wanna see it.
Okay. That's good. Works for us.
We don't need.
So thank you for that, Andrew.
Carrie?
Yeah, I think they've done a good job to prove that they're, making all this stuff disappear, and that I guess that public path is being accommodated since that black fence was in there, but that's going inside and it's going to be the mesh. So I am satisfied.
Thank you, Carrie. Joe?
Yeah, I think as long as there's something in a motion that says that all the temporary fencing will be removed, and the temporary fencing are these metal stakes and wire mesh. Because for too many properties, that's not the temporary solution, it's the permanent solution. So nice to hear that the fence is going in the vegetation or it's on the property owner's side of the vegetation. So I have no concerns, and I appreciate the site plan adjustments that were made to pull the fencing off of Nonantum. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Did I get everybody?
Connie?
Connie?
I don't have anything else to add. I agree. And appreciate pulling the fencing.
Thank you, Connie. So my only question is along Plum, because we had asked for it to be all set back off of Plum into sort of the inner circle. Can we go back to the site plan?
This looks great, isn't it? I think it's off of Plum. What this plan is the one we put in, Mr. Chairman, to clarify, this is the plan we put in response to your asking us to pull it off of Plum, Nonantum, and back to the house on the pathway.
So the original proposal was there, and the proposal now is here?
She got black mesh there. We're changing that. But what we'd like to do is keep it on Plum, Nonantum, and that piece on the thing, but not visible from the public. Or we're talking about not doing it on Plum and Nonantum and that piece from forward of the house. Is that where we're all going here?
And what we're saying when we're talking about Plum is this.
No, you were talking about Plum on the street.
Here.
Nobody mentioned it interior.
Right. Okay, so it's there and it's inside the hedge.
Yes.
Okay.
She had black mesh.
And
in
it
there.
ends there and then starts again here.
Yeah.
And comes around.
Okay.
And it's all inside the hedge.
Yep.
And that's the path.
Yeah. on the
This
right.
is the easement here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish it were just a little bit clearer.
maybe highlight where it is exactly?
Yeah, I mean, are you proposing an exhibit A just to mark it with the red of where we're approving it? Okay. Does someone have a motion to that effect?
Who's gonna do the exhibit A though?
Are you?
I don't understand it. I mean.
There
we
isn't
flipped
any on
18
Plum.
Plans with all kinds of stuff on it, but you can mark it perhaps.
I'll mark it through staff.
No, let's mark it right now.
Okay.
Through
however
an
you wanna do
exhibit
it.
A.
Okay.
Do you have a highlighter or
There's a
something?
nice red marker.
You can see where it's up there on the right, or Val, as you're looking at it on the right, you can see where it goes back to the house. And then it goes down and then it goes across the back.
What you're saying
It's-
is just like.
It's hard to see because it's light, but there's a little pink sort of highlighter that goes along here. You might be able to see it here. If you follow this, are you comfortable doing an exhibit A?
It fades when you try to scan it.
There's always a.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. So maybe just
Yeah, it's right
make
here.
sure that that's in
And that's,
red.
and there's none here.
Right.
Okay.
And it's just embedded in the,
These two have last
Cookies.
Yes.
so is that your motion?
I see the pink on the pencil. Okay.
I just want it marked on here.
See the pink line.
And, so it's here, Linda, this
Yep. Yep. And that's it now.
and right here,
Yeah.
and then this
That was already approved with black, we're just changing it to what we want. Did you go? ahead and
Okay.
add that in?
to there, and then to there.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Exhibit A.
So all we need is a proposal. I mean, yeah,
Motion to approve per Exhibit A.
on your motion,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye, sorry.
Joe,
Is this your-
Aye.
Brought it back to-
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. All right.
Yes, to that.
Yeah, and so part of the motion is that it's embedded in the hedge.
Yes, and I'll write that on
Okay,
there.
great.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. All right, so now we're headed to 50 Starbuck. And the board will be myself, Abby, Val, Joe, and Carrie again. Feel free to go ahead. Thank you.
Great. So good evening, everybody. Let's move this a little closer. There we go. So it was on the view list, but I did provide a contextual sheet here with a bunch of pictures if anybody needs to look at it. Last time we met, there was generally pretty positive about the design of the house, or very positive about the design of the house. But there was concern about the front door and the side covered porch being too conflicting or not misunderstanding where to go exactly. And there was also concern about the second floor balcony and sliding door on the second floor overlooking the conservation land. So if you didn't get to go, I'll just give you a quick overview. You know, that the area is very informal. This is Nantucket, very beach community. There are some structures that have an obvious front door, but it's probably about 50% that you can't actually find the front door in the front of the house. So that was not, we have a clear front door, but the area is pretty informal in that sense. I'll also note that overlooking what I think locally is called the Greenway, I had heard that recently by a neighbor, that second floor balconies and excessive glazing is just consistently everywhere. So I think our proposal is very modest in our second floor program. So I think almost less than almost everybody else that's around there. So with that, I think it's Fiona, if you don't mind going to the site plan, because I did make changes to our landscape design. Of course, this isn't a landscape application, but There are currently 2 curb cuts on the property that we're maintaining, and they're currently Belgian block aprons with a pea stone driveway leading to the existing house. In the new proposal, we are looking to maintain what we're calling the primary curb cut with its Belgian block to pea stone parking area, and that's right next to the front door of the house and front access to the house. So a focal point directly to the front door. And then the second curb cut, we are proposing that we would remove the Belgian block apron completely, remove the pea stone driveway completely, and just put 2 tire tracks in lawn. So very beach informal access, really just biking. Yes, you could drive a car on it, but it is supposed to be very beachy, and that would kind of swing by the garage structure and eventually connect to the parking area. But it's not it's not the focal access to the property. And I'm also noting on this plan that we're going to do a very dense planting bed along the edge of that side porch. So again, that there's no confusion of where a front door is and where a side porch is. The architecture did change, but I wanted to highlight that the site design is also accommodating to kind of focus people getting out of their vehicles and going to the front door or the side door and not the side porch. So Fiona, if you don't mind going to the elevations, the changes to the actual architecture, we did redesign the side porch. It was a hip structure. We've gone, it was recommended to go to a gable structure. We added a railing detail around it. So again, if there was any way to go through that vegetation that we're proposing or planting bed, that you would still be a kind of enclosed space. We elaborated on the corbelling on the chimney, which was commented. And then it was suggested to relook at the balcony and glazing on the second floor. But again, the context of that area, this is Nantucket, the second floor balconies are enormous everywhere around us. So we did not make those changes based on just further context of what's in the direct vicinity of this building. And with that, I look forward to hearing your comments.
Thank you, Ben. Does anyone have any questions? Comments?
I like it. No, well, having gone out there today, we ran into each other. I think the things you're proposing to mitigate what our concerns were are going to work great. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Val. We've got
I can go.
Carrie, please go ahead. Thanks.
I'm okay with all of it, except I really do think the 4 doors on the second floor are extensive, and I would choose to reduce them, or I would ask to reduce them. And I don't know how deep the porch is, but luckily it's in a roof because it looks more than 10 feet deep. So I guess that's it. Oh, and I did have a question about the track driveway. Is that Belgian block track? You didn't say, and I couldn't quite read it. Are they, what
No,
are
it
the
would be,
tracks?
I think it's just sand. I think I noted sand.
Oh,
It
okay, I
could be-
couldn't read
It could
it.
be pea stone, but not Belgian block. It would be a
Okay.
pea stone or sand.
Tracks are just sort of through the grass kind of deal. And
Yep.
then your curb cut seems awfully wide. It seems 3 cars wide. Is that right? The curb cut?
The existing curb cut, I believe it's around 15 feet wide, and that's not changing.
Okay, it just looks like it's the width of the 3 cars that are parked by the house. So, okay. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Carrie. Joe?
I agree with Val, and I appreciate the site plan adjustment, Ben. It's helpful. Yeah, I don't disagree regarding the doors on the second floor, but I think there's precedent for it and not at minimal visibility. So I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. So, have I, Abby?
Yeah, I agree with Carrie about the second floor windows on that west elevation. Just wondering if that could be a little bit of a shingled wall on either side might, or bring in the balcony on either side just by 1 or 2 feet to mitigate that, that stretch of balustrades, because you see the 4 doors right through it. So that's the only thing I do. It's minor, but.
Thank you, Abby. Have I gotten everybody? Connie, I got you.
I'm on this,
Oh,
right? No.
right. No, yes. So I've got Val, Abby, Joe, Carrie. Okay, so that just leaves me. So right now, the house is white trim, and what's proposed is gray trim.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Because I think that's going to help with mitigating the fenestration. I do agree with setting this, having the railings be shingled a little bit just to minimize the exposure. But I think the simplicity of the doors as they are versus 2 French doors and then 2 windows is actually might call more attention to the fenestration. So I'd be looking for a little bit of a return with the shingle, to have some sort of shingled wall for part of that balcony. And otherwise, I appreciate all the other revisions that have been made with the chimney and the porch roof and the driveway landscape. Even though this isn't landscape plan, I appreciate that that's what's part of what's being proposed.
I'll make
Is-
a motion.
Thank you, Abby.
Mr. Chair,
Please.
before you
Oh.
do that, I noted on the COA, and maybe this changed, but that the fenestration was black sash, black door. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Just wanted to notate that.
Thank you for that. Um,
Uh,
s- so, a motion.
Okay, so my motion would be motion to approve pulling the balustrade on the second floor in a couple of feet on either side. Is there anything else?
Is
No.
that your motion?
Yes, that's my motion. Thank you.
On your motion,
I'm an aye.
Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Hi.
and I am an I as well.
Still here.
Thanks, Ben. Let's move on to the garage.
And I don't, we also have a little shed application. I don't know if it got carried over. Because, yeah, well, anyway, we'll catch up with that one when the time comes, but I don't think anybody has a problem with my shed, but anyway. All right, so with the garage, we actually redesigned the garage quite a bit from our last time we looked at it, not in its total in its form, but actually we did a mirror image of it. So the previous concern was that we had the exterior staircase to the second floor on the road side, and then we had a balcony over our carport on the in property side. And what I've done is I've done a mirror image of the structure. So the carport is now on the road side. So now you have a lower eave on the road. We've removed the balcony altogether. So there's no second floor balcony on the carport whatsoever. And then we moved this exterior stairs to the second floor inboard of the property. So now it's not overlooking the street and not have an eyesore. And beyond that, I added some glass to the door just to let a little bit more natural light into the garage. But with that, I open it up to you guys.
Thanks, Ben. You've got the same board for this one. Any questions from the board? If there aren't any, go ahead with comments. Thank you.
Okay. I'll reiterate what I said with the main house changes. I appreciate them, and I think what you're proposing to do on the site overall is mitigating any impact this will have being in its location closer to the street. So I'm fine with this.
Thanks, Val. Abby?
Yeah, I agree with Val.
Okay. Joe?
I agree with Abby and Val.
Carrie?
Ditto.
I agree with everyone. So, would
Motion
someone
is submitted.
on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
I'm an I as well. Thank you, Ben.
Great. Well, thanks. And maybe one day we'll catch up with that shed if it ever.
Yeah, I'll email you tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I'm not too worried.
Yeah, sorry
Thank you
about
very much, guys.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So Jesse Dutra is online and, I don't know if you want to circle back to him because I sent him a message to tell him that Stephen wasn't going to be attending tonight. I don't think he knows that.
Okay. And this is for 2 Marion?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
He
Um,
knows.
okay. So that
He
would
knows
be,
it's 3.
that would be a board of 3, myself, Connie, and Joe.
Jesse?
Jesse?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Are you doing your screen sharing? Oh, okay.
There's
Did you
one
want to-
here and then there's the original one I'm trying to share,
Yeah,
but
hang on.
looking
Hang on one second, Jesse. I'm going to promote you to panelist. Did you hear that Stephen isn't going to be attending tonight?
Yeah. Okay, so now I should be able to share.
Hang on one second. Yes, you should be able to.
Share, yeah, here it is. All right, so I'm just going to start with the original application that was over a year ago. And just make sure you guys can see this okay.
We can't see anything right now, Jesse.
Okay, I have it up and it says it's sharing. Hold on. Entire screen. You see anything yet?
No, not yet.
Try it again. If I go with window.
It's the cookies.
How about now?
Yes.
We've got it now, Jesse. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the one that I sent back a little over a year ago. Basically, you guys wanted to have a view and take a look at it, and also requested a cross section. So just to remind the people, because it's been a while, this is on 2 Marion Ave. It's abutting Falmouth Ave in the back, and that's where it's currently viewable, as you can see from the photographs here. And what we proposed was putting dune-style berms along the backside of the pool to create a screen so the pool wouldn't be seen. It's right on Cisco Beach, so not a lot of vegetation can grow there. So I chose American beach grass, bayberry, and beach plum as the vegetation. We can also add some Rosa rugosa as well. That would grow there fine as well, but it's meant to look like a dune. So we'll just have series of different dunes, berms on the backside of the pool to screen it out so it wouldn't be able to be seen from Falmouth Ave. So that's basically this drawing, and then I have the one that I presented with the cross section to show it, the elevations. So Um, is there any questions with this drawing?
Um, well, thank you, Jesse. If you want to just go through your whole presentation, then I'll open it up to the commissioners to ask you any
Okay,
questions if
all right.
it's not
So,
clear.
yep. So, I just want to, if I guess now, Kathy, if you could open the application that was revised.
You're gonna have to share that if you have access to it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that was up earlier.
Yeah, you might as well.
Okay,
'Cause
sorry.
otherwise you have to stop and then Fiona has to open it up and.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. This is not something I'm used to. It's just going to take me a little while to find that one. So right now, you're what are you guys seeing on the screen? The current drawing.
Yes, the
Okay.
site plan with the photographs.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, now I have it here. I'm just trying to figure out how to. Um,
Yeah. Yeah. So you have to unshare and then share your
got it.
recent that I showed you on my phone.
All right.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So this is the revised drawing showing the cross section. We added some posts for the viewing that showed the elevation of the berm. If I zoom in, you might be able to see right here the top of berm without the plant, and then above the plant would be up above this line. Can you see that okay?
Yes, thanks, Jesse.
Right there. Okay. So these stakes were there for the viewing. And that's where the berm would go, and then the plants would be above that.
And the
And this-
stakes are how high, Jesse?
so that's shown here in the cross section. So the highest point we have at this proposed is about 4 feet from existing grade, and this is the cross section to scale. 0 being the grass at the house, which is essentially the same height as the berm, but the grade drops 4 feet from the house to the road. So basically, the pool would be 18 inches lower than the top of berm. Mind you, this is without the plants, and then the plants would be added to that. So when you're looking from the road, you would not be able to see over the top of the berm to the pool. And this dotted line represents the existing grade. The idea was to take the spoils from the excavation of the pool and use it to build the berms, and make them looking like they're dunes. Because if you're driving down the road, it's pretty much dunes on that side.
Thank you, Jesse. Are you finished?
Yes.
Commissioners, do you have questions? Again, the board is going to be myself, Carrie, and Joe.
It's Connie and Joe.
Yeah,
so-
I'm not
sorry.
on the,
So I apologize. Yeah, Connie and Joe. Joe, please go ahead.
Sure. Well, I drove out there today again, and I was in my truck, which is not a big truck, but it is, I can't think of a more exposed location. And I think the concept of the berm is the right one. And the sketch section, implies that maybe walking along there, you can't see in there. I mean, on the one, I know you don't want to build a wall because you guys want to see the ocean from this location. So you're trying to mitigate, the effect of the berm visually from the inside. I know that, it's a sensitive neighborhood with respect to pools in general because it's wide open, and this is like front row and you've got wild landscape. So, the plantings, it's not just the plantings, but that whole property line along there. I'm a little concerned that the ring that's being made around the pool, is going to feel slightly unnatural. Somehow I feel like parts of it need to go down the length of the property line along Falmouth Ave to make the narrative convincing. And I'm not saying it needs to be a continuous berm all the way down, but right now it looks like a soccer field and a sloped soccer field. So I feel like the vegetation that you showed on your previous plan as a U shape around the pool, I think addresses how you transition to the neighbor's property. And if I remember correctly, that's actually pretty overgrown with rugosa rose, and then there's privet at the house on the corner. They're pretty heavily vegetated. And this is wide open. So I think the berming needs to, show up a little bit more on the property to make it really feel natural. That's one thing. And the other thing I think that might help sectionally is if you drop the pool down. I mean, I don't know it's a little bit challenging, to be honest, to weigh in on all this looking at just the current application because it's a sketch of a plan of a section, but there was no plan that went with it. So I'm glad that you pulled up the other plan because I didn't recall exactly what the plan looked like. And I think seeing a contour plan of the property would be helpful because there is quite a bit of fill that's coming in. I understand it's to provide a screen, it's not to build a hill, but I'd like to understand how that is actually going to play out over the property, not just around the immediate pool area. And if there's coping around the pool, and I don't know, right now it looks like it's 2 feet and it's sitting in the grass. That's what the section implies, but there's no evidence of hardscape. And the reason why I'm asking that is that let's just say there was 6 feet around the pool. That whole area could drop down another 2 feet below the existing grade, and that I think might help increase the effectiveness of the berm. And I know it's been done on other properties in Cisco. I mean, think this location more than any location that we've ever looked at a pool, the lack of visibility is really important because looking to one side and seeing the ocean and then looking to the other side and seeing a pool, just that kind of tension, I don't think it sort of spoils the natural environment more so than even a pool in town. So I really think we need to be convinced it's not going to be visible. And I'm not there yet. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Connie?
Yeah, I have the similar concerns about visibility. I think it, and I'm honestly having a hard time trying to visualize this. So I don't know, I mean, other than a fence of some sort, but I do believe that this is going to be visible. I think it needs to be looked at again, because it certainly won't fit under our caveat the way it's proposed right now. Yeah, think, I think that's about it. Thanks.
Thanks, Connie. So, yeah, I think my fellow commissioners, have voiced my concern about, this being an unhospitable environment for a pool and maintaining a natural landscape look. It's a wide open plain, and any sort of um, a hill or berm or something would have to be a scale that, in order for it to look natural, would be much larger than there's room for, I believe. From Westerwick, all the way west, to where the Falmouth Avenue bends, along the shore. There's a row of like Rosa rugosa, and it looks a little bit out of place because it's such a straight row to the east, border of this property. Um, but because there are houses there, it 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 looks better than it would if it were sort of out in the open. And then when you go all the way towards the west side of Falmouth Ave, there is, some berming and some, uh, grading that's happened that looks very unnatural. And, my feeling is any sort of manipulation of the grade is going to be as bad or worse than what is on either side of this. So I mean, I think more information would probably be helpful, certainly including the plan and topo of what would happen where. But in
Um,
order to hide a pool, it, to me, just, is going to, whatever is there is going to look unnatural. I mean, it's just a wide open plain, no elevation change, and no, vegetation. So it's a tough spot for this. Um, the neighborhood itself is tough, but when there are buildings on either side and around it, it sort of helps to mitigate it. But this is like it's beachfront, and it's a beautiful spot, but it's, I'm having a hard time believing that a pool and its screening, would be appropriate. So what is do I have a motion
yeah,
from the?
can I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead, Jesse.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, so I knew this was going to be a tough one to get approved, but based on my feeling of knowing that what I can do, there's, you know, I can make a dune look like a dune. And, the part of me is, concerned if someone else went and did this instead of me, and how would it look like? And I've told the owner that, that's, it has to be done a proper way to make it look right. And with all that said, I don't care how great of a landscape artist you are, to make something look exactly like it is in nature, there's always going to be a little feeling of contrived. But at the same time, I feel like we can make this look very good, and not visible. I also, to Joe's comment, there's a lot of different ways where we can manipulate this grade. This one that I've proposed was what I thought would be a good way of going forward. We could add some walls to sink the pool in to the grade a bit more, So the pool is less seen from the location. And if if but I understand your concerns and expected to have a little bit of kickback from this based on the location. And I wouldn't put my name on it if I didn't think I couldn't screen this. But to go back to the client um, uh, with something, I'd like to maybe move forward with a revision to change the grade and and give you a better idea of elevations on the site plan, the original one that I put in. And I think also to Joe's comment, maybe making the dunes not look so surrounding the pool, but carrying them a little bit further down west of Falmouth Road could help as well to make them not look so contrived. But I knew it was going to be a tough application, but with some possible revisions and also better explanation, I'd like to think we could get this across the table.
Thanks for that, Jesse. Do we have a motion? And I think that should include more information and revisions.
A motion to hold for more information and revisions.
Thank you, Connie, on your motion.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to our regularly scheduled program. So does that bring us to 28 Lily? Okay, so we've got one more here. That's going to be me, Abby, Val, Connie, and Joe. Okay. Well, then let's move on to 118 Eel Point Road, and Ray will take over as chair, and I'm going to step away for a second.
Thank you, Angus. So just, Angus, just to be clear, you are on this and you're going to, no, I got it. That's okay. As long as you're here for the deliberation. Hello again, Matthew.
Well, Mr. Chair.
All right, let's get right to it. 118 Eel Point. This is the dwelling.
Yes. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to do, Matthew? Just it's already written down, but I'm going to tell you what your board is. I'm sure you know. I'm chairing Abby, Val, Angus, who will be back momentarily, and Joe Paul. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So you've looked at this, I think once or twice before. I think most of the comments focused on dropping the height. So we've done that. We've changed all the pitches to a 10 pitch, which lowered the overall ridge height by a foot. Love to point out that single gable in the middle is the highest, point of the house. And that's I think it's 28.6. But the majority of the house is around 27 and then drops down to 24. So in terms of the size and scale of the house compared to the houses in the area, specifically across the street, this will, be dramatically lower than those. The other changes is there was a request to remove some of the more ornamentation. So we removed those curved brackets from all the columns. We did keep the shingle base columns and the double columns, but again, I don't think that's going to be overly visible from Eel Point Road. We've made a number of changes at the previous iteration, specifically removing the chimney owls, addressing the drive out. I think that the way that the drive out works now, and you'll see with the subsequent landscape application that it's really not going to be visible, but I thought that was a good solution. I also wanted to point out that this property does have a easement across the road, so it does have a 5 foot wide the land actually connects to the other side of Eel Point Road. We've also changed the trim color to Stonington Gray. And then we have this conceptual rendering for just to show you what that would look like. Finally, we also made some revisions. We added some more shingle area to the rail on that primary front deck. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Matthew, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Is there any relevance to the fact that there's an easement going across the road? Like, is that
The only
affect what we would be doing?
the only reason for that was that there was a lot of discussion about the houses on the other side of the street.
Yeah.
And their access to the waterway. And I just thought it was relevant for this and its connectivity, if you will, to that side of the street.
Oh, I see.
May not be like super relevant, but I think it
Okay.
is that there is going to be that communication. So I feel like
Like it won't affect our visibility.
no. It was just more about the connectivity to that side of the street.
Understood.
Being part of that enclave.
Okay. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
And does anyone else have any questions
I have
before we get
a
in?
couple of questions.
Okay, Abby has some questions.
Just make sure I went to the right one.
Hmm.
I went to this this came up a month ago or so.
6 weeks.
Mhm.
6 weeks. Okay. So this is the one that's on the left-hand side of the road, just past Linda Loring.
Yeah, and
And you had poles up. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I was
Yeah.
Right. So, you, so my question was the two driveways, is that permissible or what?
My understanding is it is that because they're pre-existing and one of them's on a way, but it is a pre-existing condition.
Cause I didn't see the other one, existing, just today, but so I like the way no, never mind. I just wanted to ask that question. I can continue if you
Yeah.
want.
Oh, sure. If you want to
Mr.
dive in.
Chair, before she continues.
Oh, yes, Kathy.
Member of the public has her hand raised.
Okay, Sarah,
Hi, can you hear me okay?
yeah, yes, we can. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Sarah Boyce, and I'm the Director of Research and Conservation at the Linda Loring Nature Foundation, which abuts this property on three sides, the east, west, and south. So I would just have a quick or maybe not quick, but a statement from the organization. So the Linda Loring Nature Foundation property, which abuts on three sides, is designated as a wildlife sanctuary. We have a conservation restriction on the property, which is held by the Nantucket Land and Water Council. The state also designates the entire area as a priority habitat, and it's regulated by the Massachusetts Endangered Species Protection Act. And so our priority is the protection of the habitat value, but also to maintain the conditions for public benefit. And so our comments are related specifically to those priorities. So while some of the aspects of the building that were mentioned in previous meetings, which I was able to watch the recordings of, our property is opened to the public. We have public walks, and so all sides of the building are visible from the property. So first of all, I appreciate that much of the landscaping and vegetative plans include native species. We appreciate actually the vegetative screening present, and I don't know if that relates more to the next agenda item, but there was some discussion at a previous meeting about not having as tall of a screening on the south side. We would actually appreciate the tall screening because our public trails look directly onto that site, and the previous dwelling was much smaller, and so the viewscape was not, really visible, and without the bigger screening, the built environment would be more affecting of the landscape views from that side. Let me see. Sorry. We also appreciate the extensive plantings considering the change of grade proposed to the back. And so one concern we have is specifically with the change of grade at the south end of the property. It's not clear what the grade end is as it meets the Linda Loring Nature Foundation property. There is a gradual decline there, and we're concerned about runoff and any potential erosion that would come onto the property. So just wanting to be a little bit clearer on that change of grade in the back. but as it pertains to the question that was just raised about the secondary access driveway, that's our primary concern, is the use of the paper road as the secondary access point for the driveway. The current driveway for the property was actually on the Linda Loring Nature Foundation property, not on the paper road. And our lawyers have been in touch, and the homeowners know that that their driveway needed to be moved in the new dwelling. So the paper road as it exists isn't part of the current driveway or past driveway for this property. There's not a valid reason to create a driveway on the paper road. The only use of a paper road is really to provide access to a building. And since this will have a primary driveway on Eel Point Road, we don't think that the use of that secondary or that paper road is justified. We'd prefer that this paper road remain as a buffer between our two properties, which would minimize driveway cover and then preserve more of that undisturbed open space. And then finally, during the construction, we're kind of concerned about the direct impact to the Linda Loring property, maybe spoils from construction and potential vehicles. And so we'd love to make sure that the border is staked, there's construction fencing erected, et cetera. And so thank you just for hearing our comments, concerns. As a wildlife sanctuary, that we are protecting the land comes first, as we like to say. Our obligation is to protect the flora and fauna and maintain the conditions once again for the public benefit. So thank you so much.
Okay, Sarah, thank you very much for your comments. I would say a lot of what you have mentioned is more applicable to the landscape than to what we are reviewing right now, which is the house design.
Okay.
But we do have the landscape down as another item, and things like driveway access and all that will be taken up at driveway access, and I should add the grading issue that you mentioned. So those would probably be taken up at that time. But thank you. So now we can go back to our members.
Should I keep going?
Yeah, oh, that's right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So I was, okay, back out to Eel Point Road. So I went out there just a little while ago, and it's a really neat site. I mean, it's got a lot of like, what are they called? Blue spruce evergreens around it, and it makes it very special because it's, yes, it's next to the Linda Loring, which is very wide open like a prairie. But this site in particular has like almost all the way around the old building. It has these, what are they called? When they're older trees, what's that word they use?
Mature.
Mature.
Oh,
Mature. Blue spruces and pines, and it has a flavor that, you know, a lot of houses do not have in that area. Anyway, that said, the approach off Eel Point Road, that sort of, that goes in between the trees, and I would say, if, number one, I know we're not talking about the landscaping, but we should keep the vegetation on Eel Point Road to keep this site as special as it is, and keep those mature trees going around the property. Okay, having said that, I appreciate the reduction in size of the elevation. And I think it's going to sit on that property well, the architecture. And I would just continue, you know, be very sensitive to the three sides of that touch the Linda Loring. So you're keeping that fauna and flora for that, so that it just fits right in as it does right now. So that's all I have to add.
Great.
Say.
Okay.
Period.
Thanks a lot, Abby. Let's see. Who's next? I'm doing my cheat sheet here. Let's see. Val, Angus, Joe. Yeah, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't mind. I'll go.
Yep.
So until today, I didn't visit the site because I worked on 119 and I have a client at 117. So I figured I know the context. But when Angus encouraged everybody to go out and do a viewing, I went out there today. And I had, prior to tonight, I supported the application and thought, this feels appropriate. It's on the other side of the street. It's still the same context. It's Eel Point and so forth. And so, but I drove out there today with an open mind to try to, just to make, I didn't want to have any prejudices going out there. And I have to say that I was, really conscious of the lack of houses on the left-hand side as soon as you hit the dirt, and the wide open space. And then I was surprised at the dense vegetation on this lot in particular. And I think that goes to what Abby was saying. It almost feels like a camp, even though there isn't a house there. When you pull down the paper road and you arrive at the site where the poles are up, it feels very tucked in and private. And so I went there, open to being convinced that the house should be a cape. It should be really simple. And after seeing the existing vegetation there, my takeaway was that we ought to really consider not having a driveway off the Eel Point, and that actually the paper road is the way to access this property, because every property on the ocean side, they're all quite large homes and they're landscaped and well maintained and so forth, but you still get a rural feel wherever the vegetation hasn't been wiped out up to the street. And even across the street, those houses are large, but there's natural vegetation. So, I think if you look at the site plan, there's a lot of part of the public right of way, I guess, a part of the street is never going to get disturbed. And even though we know that on some construction projects, the clearing of the lot goes right to the street and then it gets replanted, and a lot of the vegetation that is not on property gets disturbed. And I think, and maybe Abby said this, and I think Sarah even said it, like preserving the natural vegetation along there, I think is critical. And I think it should be on the table potentially that there's no driveway access off the Eel Point, and you come down the paper road, which I believe they have the right to do, to access the property. I think that would maintain this layer of natural vegetation that I think is critical to the project. I really appreciate the color change to the away from the white trim to the gray, and I would love it if the windows match the color of the Land Rover. I think because it is, there's a lot of taller pines in there that I know don't have a long lifespan, and they end up getting just indiscriminately knocked over when there's a construction site going on. But I think treating this like it's a in-town lot where you don't have a lot of maneuverability and you really need to put time into managing the construction site, I think it's critical to keep this as natural as possible. I do think, we don't have full 2-story walls. We've got 1.5-story walls and dormers. And I think the change from white trim, I think, is a huge change in the positive direction. And I'm only half kidding about the windows becoming that sort of sage green color. I think then you've got something that, the best of its ability, could get tucked into the existing landscape. And I still think that this is Eel Point. It is a slightly different context because it's surrounded by a nature preserve. And this house is going to be an island surrounded by natural vegetation forever. So I think it really needs to be looked at sensitively. And I think architecturally, it definitely fits the style of all the other homes there. So I think it really does boil down to the natural vegetation and keeping as much as possible. So that's it. Thanks.
Great, Joe. Thanks a lot. Let's see here. Val, Angus,
I can go.
Angus.
Thank you. So, yeah, my first thought was, going along Eel Point Road, and I felt like I could see those poles from quite a distance, but the closer you get, the more the pines that are between where the house is proposed and the road are, it was you could still see the poles, but there were still a lot of pines. But the pines were kind of scraggly, and I don't know if what kind of health they're in. Abby mentioned them being mature. I don't know if they've got a life expectancy, but I like the rendering that you've done is beautiful. I mean, it looks like you're in the state forest and it's thick vegetation, but um, when you're there on the site, there really isn't a backdrop of pines. There's pines on the roadside, but they're sticking up here and there, and there's not a lot of overlap. And I don't know how much of that would be preserved in the process of the construction. But the backside was, looking from the Linda Loring property, which Sarah, points out correctly that this property is surrounded by on three sides. And so I took the loop at Linda Loring and looked back at this site. And unlike the front, where there's a certain amount of screening with the vegetation, you on the far loop where you're a further distance away, just sort of looking at this and imagining it in the setting with the backdrop of all the other larger houses that are along the water side, thinking about, does it just sort of blend into that whole backdrop? But the stakes were twice as high as the height of the trees or the houses in the distance on the bluff. But then on the inner loop, then it ends up being like 3 or 4 times as high as the distant ridges. So this is going to be very challenging to make it sort of fit into the landscape from the south side, from the Linda Loring property, which is public and certainly within our purview of making sure that this fits into the landscape. So I I made a suggestion last time about the colors and about the massing coming down some. I really appreciate the alternate color. I think Joe has a great idea of the rover color being the sash and door color, something that is more sort of natural looking, a green or sage or some kind of something. But the gray really makes it fit in a lot better. But I think it's going to be a real trick to make this look right from the south side. Usually the back of the house is where people are able to, get more open, um, glass and exposure and French doors and balconies and all that stuff. But this backyard is, I mean, from the foundation up is completely exposed to Linda Loring. And so, a certain amount can get planted, but it's got to be, you know, indigenous plants that won't look contrived. And so far, the landscape plan looks pretty, rigid. Um, so we'll deal with that when we get to landscape plan, but as far as the back of this, I think we need to treat it with at least the sensitivity that we're thinking about the front. And that would include, shingling in the back porch and, the overall glazing is, not as excessive as it often can be. So I appreciate that. But I do think we need to be careful about what's exposed on the south elevation. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Angus. I think that leaves you, Val.
Okay. I agree with so much that's been said already. Primarily, it was great to go out there and see the poles and see the stand of trees. And I think if that mindset is carried around the entire site, it'll fit in. And I appreciate that you got rid of the corner boards and it's natural to weather and all that other stuff. And you changed the color?
Yes, to the trim color's gray.
Great. So, yeah, I have nothing to add that hasn't been said. Good job.
Well, it's very interesting because, very little was said actually about the architecture by
Right.
way of critique. Much more was said, as you know, about like trying to get it to blend in with the landscape. So one thing comes immediately to mind. I'm looking at this site plan, and maybe this is a question for Lindsay, I don't know, but we have this trapezoidal piece of property, and then we've got Eel Point Road, and it says edge of traveled way. Now, I'm going to assume that that's the actual road.
That's the actual road. yeah.
Right. So what is this sort of interstitial parcel in between Eel Point Road and the very dark line that runs east-west that I would assume would be the front property line?
Correct. So
Is that the
right
front
now,
property
the road
line?
Doesn't take up the full roadway.
Yeah.
So our property line is actually inset from the roadway by a good like 15 feet or so. All that vegetation stays. And then we're also leaving the other vegetation, which we're going to supplement as well, which is the green and the trees on the house side of those, of that darker line. And this actually is not the updated landscape plan because we did the shift of the driveway on Eel Point further down, but we'll get to that one. But all the vegetation that is proposed is native vegetation. And we do actually have trees going along the back side of the property on the Linda Loring side, which is actually beneficial to the client as well, because there is a little bit of a view of the dump, you know, which you can see
Yeah.
from the back side of the property. So it's beneficial to the client as well to have screening.
Okay, thanks, Lindsay. So I too am thankful for the revisions, the reduction in height, change in color. I would like to see the sash and the, was it the doors that remained white? Sash and doors are still white, right?
Correct.
I'd love to see that get toned down, for reasons that have already been said. Yeah, and I really can't find, I think that the revisions to the house are good. I think our job now, I love Joe's idea of, not having any access off of Eel Point Road and coming in off of the way. And if that turns out to be an issue of any kind, whether, you know, that it's unneighborly or illegal to go down that side, paper road, you could always bring it in further to the west than it's shown right now. So that's kind of it, you know, that's all I have on the house, most of which I just said was, you know, landscape related rather than house related.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm looking at, you know, the aerial of the house that was formerly there.
Yes.
And they didn't have a drive. It looks like the driveway came in from the side, not in the front of the house, which is why it was so well hidden, you couldn't see it.
I didn't even know that was.
And I know Sarah brought up the thing about the way, but I don't know where the way is in comparison to where the driveway cut was before. So it just seems like that's a good idea.
Blocking it
Yeah.
off. Yeah.
No,
Right, because, you know,
Cutting in.
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because then you wouldn't get a direct view in at all.
Right.
Now, so,
But that's not landscape then.
Right.
Yeah.
okay, so
We
I'm,
need to
I'm thinking of,
recognize
well, I'm thinking of, how we move the ball forward here, because if we don't really have any kind of a substantive issue that would warrant us moving for revisions to the house architecture, which I can't really see happening, except for, maybe a, color change, or to Angus's point about the back, other than that, there's not much to say about the house itself. And I do want to move on to the landscape, but in order to resolve this piece, is anybody comfortable approving this with the understanding that, the landscape is still pending?
I think I think Angus had a couple of, like the back.
Yeah, well,
But that was
yes.
it. mean-
Okay, so,
I think it's mostly screening, I would say, because we were mindful of the rear fenestration and we didn't go wall to wall glass. So we did try to be restrained. And I also think that there is that view of the dump in the distance. So I feel like there's going to be a desire to screen, that first floor. So I do think it's really all landscape, in my opinion.
And also, if you keep in mind that we have trees going along that property line and you're walking at down here and you're looking at a tree, your trajectory, the view, the trees would block your view of any penetration.
are you on the Loring property or on the
Loring
Yoko?
property.
But isn't that lower?
That's lower, that's right. So when you're looking and you're staring at a tree, and you're looking up, you're not gonna.
Yeah, if
see-
you're right there, but
Yeah.
if you're back by the pond or whatever that is.
But all
Well,
you-
Angus sort of said it in somewhat of a different way. He compared it to the height of the buildings as seen from the buildings, I'm sorry, on the northern side of Eel Point Road with respect to how you see it from the Loring property and the height poles in relation to that and how it changed. So can somebody give me a motion? Well,
Could I just say something?
yeah, please.
So it is a little bit of a catch 22 as far as like approving the architecture and then moving on to the landscape. I think part of what would make the architecture approvable for me anyway is the amount of screening that's necessary, but it's got to be not a wall of trees as shown in the current landscape plan on the south side of this, where there's just a row of trees. But something that's more undulating and natural that would fit in the landscape better. But something that would screen at least the first floor. So you just sort of get the peak sticking up, which looks more natural in that environment. It's so different than across the street where you've got house. But here, there's the Linda Loring and that's it. And the rest is just open, natural, rolling, moors. So anyway, that's my thought about the architecture and the approvability of that.
Lindsay was just saying that we could make the provision that the first floor is screened in perpetuity. I know that the manner in which it's screened is really critical, but that's going to be something for Lindsay to.
Yeah, kind of like with your pool caveat, right? We could do one for like the first floor fenestration to make sure that it's.
Okay. I get it. Is anybody comfortable making that motion? If not, I would say that the next alternative would be for us to review a landscape plan that we've kind of already reviewed, more or less, and look for revisions on the landscape plan and, ransom your approval for the house based on the landscape plan.
Track it.
But the concern is like the visibility, the penetration, we're willing to agree. I mean, we want to screen it as much as you guys want it to be screened, so. And we're open to the idea of killing the driveway on Eel Point access.
Well, that counts for a lot for me,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah, I mean,
I know the
Yeah, I mean, there
Yeah.
is a bit of a, we had like a bit of a delay between the last meeting and this one, which is no one's fault, but if there's any possibility, I mean, I think the landscape is going to be contingent. You know, you're not going to approve something that's not specifically detailed.
I mean, I think with the color change, if you're willing to entertain the removal of the white on the sash, then I think I haven't heard any objections really architecturally. I mean, there's almost more glass on this north elevation than there is on the south side. You've got the chimney at the second floor gable with windows flanking it. So the fenestration, I think, is minimal. And I think the impact, I don't see anything architecturally that we'd adjust to address visibility. I think it's all happening at the landscape level. So I'd be comfortable making a motion to approve as submitted with the white sash going to this sage green color.
Can I second that?
Yeah.
To add the doors to that?
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Definitely, definitely.
I know there's a motion on the table. I'm sorry to interrupt.
You don't want
Is-
the sage green, you want to go with the same color as the trim.
If I could, and I could go
Yeah.
a sage green door, front door and mudroom door.
You can always come
Yeah, I
back.
mean, the sage green is a great idea, and you know, the fact that you put the old Rover in there with the color, you know, you were basically setting us up. Or setting
Yeah.
setting
I thought it
yourself
was a
up
subtle
for
hint.
failure. You should have put a bright red Rover.
I'm good with it being
Okay.
gray.
Yeah,
Me
so
too. Yeah.
just to keep it simple, and you can always come back, let's do it all as the gray that you already picked out. Is that okay with you, Joe? And
Yeah.
that's windows and doors.
Yes, sir. Yes, that's my motion.
Okay, so Joe's motion is to approve the house as submitted, changing the windows and doors to, what was the gray color again?
Stonington.
Stonington gray. Okay, so that's Joe's motion. On Joe's motion, let's see, Abby. Val, okay,
Oh,
you already voted, so good. Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there,
Thank you
that's
very
that.
much.
And listen, guys, we've already discussed the landscape, kind of, sort of, just in the interest of time. The only thing I'm going to say, Lindsay, and I don't want to sound like a brat, but when I was in school, the solid line was the changed contour, the dash line was the existing contour, and I think you've got it reversed here. In other words, it looks like you're filling the back part of the site where the pool is, and personally, I'd rather, you know, not have it sort of humped down. That was to Sarah's point about drainage. I know drainage is not our thing, but the elevation of the pool is.
Yeah.
So,
So the elevation of the pool, the way it leads through that section was like that. The pool is actually at like if you pull up the plan, it shows up on our.
I don't know who filled this out, but on the application, it's showing white trim and white sash. and
oh,
white door.
strike it.
So I'll
Strike
scratch
it
out,
all.
but Stonington gray?
Yeah. Lindsay?
Yeah,
Were
I'm
you-
just waiting for the plan to go up and then.
Oh,
I'll,
okay.
Be able to, like, if you scroll down to the.
Everything's in a different direction.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you go up.
You gotta turn the
That's
page.
so
of the
funny.
other-
Yeah.
And then so
It
you
makes
can
you
see at the
dizzy.
bottom, the existing contour, so you can see that like the pool is actually at roughly existing grade. The lot slopes off in the back. And so,
So you're not mounting up the pool?
no.
Okay.
No. And so the idea is like on that slope, we do have trees at the bottom, but then we also have seagrasses going down the slope with it. And it's a gradual slope. It's not like a steep slope or anything.
Okay.
And then-
So,
Sorry.
we've discussed some of the landscape, but does anybody, the sitting board, have anything additional they want to say about the landscape? Because I'm sure we're going to be holding this.
Just less formal, I think.
So all the trees that we picked they're all native trees, and they're not like on the plan. It looks like they're just like the intent is to have it look very natural. Like we don't. It's not going to be, because that was a comment that was made earlier that you guys didn't want it to look contrived, or you want it to really fit in. That's our goal as well.
Well, to push back a little bit on
Sure.
that, along the entire southern edge of this property is kind of a more or less straight line of whatever. And then inside of that is another straight line of low shrubs.
So this
I think that's what Val is commenting on. In fact, I think that's kind of what more or less all
we're
the
gonna.
members of
I mean, the idea
Plant
is
the
to have
trees
stagger.
first and then we'll consider the pool.
Yeah.
But I mean,
We get the
we can draw the trees to be more staggered. Like, I mean, we can even plant in the slope on the way down.
Well, I think that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, I mean,
We're
I
looking
can-
for
I
something
can-
that just seems to have occurred naturally,
Sure.
right?
And
So
then we kill the driveway along.
we kill the driveway. So,
Can you guys comment on, like, are you okay? So the rest of the driveway would stay in. It's really just the portion that is going out towards the old point would just get cut off and filled in.
right.
And then you're okay with how the driveway comes in from the other side, from the shared driveway, or from the paper road.
So
Abby.
I always had a problem with the driveway coming across the front of this beautiful architecture. So I'm not really sure even why you need it. I mean, I'm not the client, but why not keep all the cars in the driveway on the right-hand side of the
Because you have the
property?
drive down to the lower area right there. And so,
Right.
and you'd want to have the parking at an upper area. Just so it's closer to the front door, at the same plane as the front door. I think it'd be a lot of driveway in your face right when you pull in if we put it on the other side.
Well,
I mean-
if anything, I would make it at least, kind of thinner, not as wide and not as obvious, like, somebody just said they were going to, I think it was one of the other people one of the applicants said they were going to do like just two grass strips, or, just something very simple. So you just keep it in this context. That I don't have
Sure.
anything else.
Well, does anyone else, again, Abby, you spoke, Val, Angus, Joe, does anyone else have anything additional they want to add, tell Lindsay about regarding the landscape? Because I think at the end of the day, we're going to be holding this for revisions.
Yeah, I could add a couple of things.
Please do.
So so we were getting rid of the drive up front. But the circle, I'm just looking at the amount of cleared area from the south side of the pool to the north side of the circle drive in front. And that is just, a huge
It doesn't.
area of the lot that isn't showing any trees. If you're looking from here to here, all this is cleared. And in the pictures, it's like it's buried in the forest that goes a distance away. And I don't know if it's rethinking how this is set up, whether it wants to be over here or parking wants to be a different way, but I feel like there needs to be something that's more natural about this edge. This is all like barren open land on either side, and then there's a wall, sort of going the perimeter. And it reads as very unnatural. And right now, the only trees that are existing seem like they're like in this area here. So to clear all that, I'm not sure if that's helping in the sort of screening and setting this into the stand of trees that we sort of were talking about. And is shown in the perspective picture. So yeah, I think the only way to soften this south line here from being a wall is And it is going to be imposing, as you pointed out, it's a steep drop off into the Linda Loring. You know, to keep that from just being like a high, it's like security wall. I think there's got to be some sort of undulation there to make it more naturalistic.
Yeah, we can plant it
Yeah.
in the slope and then we can also come in on the sides and bring the trees in so it doesn't feel like this. It's just kind of coming in and out. That's kind of what you're referring to.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Naturalizing the perimeter. of
yeah,
the
like
property.
right now, it is, it's basically a hard line.
Right.
Yeah.
Well said,
Um,
Angus. Joe,
yeah.
yes, go.
Yeah. Well, just this might be worth looking at if the driveway is going away off of Eel Point. To me, that's a paradigm shift in the fundamental thinking about the lot. And there's a presumption that we would be concerned with the visibility from Eel Point Road, hence the house is pushed back. And it turns out, and I think Angus makes a good point, even though I haven't walked that trail, that the south side is an issue, and we are getting this kind of unnatural planting of rows happening on the south. So I'm not suggesting this needs to happen to get my approval, but I think maybe the house gets closer to Eel Point Road because we're having no natural vegetation disrupted from the property line forward. We're having additional vegetation provided inside the property. There's no view corridor in. If this whole thing slid 10 feet towards Eel Point Road, then maybe the back, that rigid line where the pool is, starts to undulate a little bit, and the row of plantings is thin and then thick and just feels more naturalized on the south side of the property. And then there's also less concern that to level out the pool area, you're going to increase the pitch of the land leading down to the Loring property if you've got more wiggle room. And I don't know if that it may even help the access down to the parking area. I'm not sure, but I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility to consider. That's it. Thanks.
Hey, Joe. So listen, folks, I think that Lindsay is getting the general idea, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we let him, we'll release him for now. With a mandate to clean up the landscape, and so that would be a motion to hold for release.
So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Angus's
All
motion-
right, here.
Oh, thank you. On Angus's motion, Abby,
I'm an I.
Val,
I,
Angus.
Aye.
Joseph,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thanks, Lindsay. Bye. Okay, let's run along now to 28 Mile Comet.
this is super easy.
Great. Love Super Easy.
He's one of those.
Who used to say that?
What?
I think Matt. Didn't you used to say, "Oh, this one's going to be really easy," and then 45 minutes later? Okay. Here we go. 28 Mile Comet. Sitting board. Myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, Joe. There we go.
Okay.
All right.
Basically, the concerns were, the roof that connected the building to the garage looked like it was floating, so we put a walkway in with with
Oh.
railing. If you go to, yeah, that was the there it is right there. If you can, yeah. So now it's more connected, and to push the siding of the garage back 8 feet, we did 7.6 because we're starting to encumber on being too close to the septic.
Mhm.
And we'll happy to keep the vegetation. I think that was another concern in front of where this is going. So those were the 3 requests which have been met.
Very good.
Yeah.
Val, thank you. Who wants to begin?
I have no concerns. Thanks, Val.
All right, Joe's good.
Me, I'm good. No concern.
Connie's good.
I'm good, especially if you keep the vegetation in front of the connection.
Let's put that in there as a condition.
Sure.
And Abby?
Oh, is this, we're going to approve this? Is it?
Hell no.
Oh, okay.
Are you kidding?
All right.
We only have 4 people in favor.
Checking,
3
checking
people.
people off. I didn't know what was going on. I had an idea, but I don't want to bring it up now. I mean, no one's.
I'm sure it was a very good idea.
I. My,
Don't ruin
can I,
Oh.
don't ruin it.
No.
Okay.
Your comment was to make it look like it was a porch.
Yeah, okay, so that is what I was about to say again, because I like the connector piece, but okay, so could 2 of those in between the posts be like windows, like big slider windows, and make it really connect rather than
Do you mean,
a barn?
This is an open porch.
yeah, I think
So I'm.
that would start counting as ground coverage and
Oh,
stuff.
is that, maybe that's what you told me before when I
Yeah, it's
suggested
just a open,
be windows.
yeah.
Abby, I don't think that it's a bad idea. I think it would look great that way, but I also don't like,
it starts-
I'm thinking this looks exactly like what it should, for what it is.
All right, well, that is very positive.
So, we don't have a motion yet, but is somebody willing to move forward with one?
I'd make a motion to approve as submitted with maintaining vegetation in front of this connector.
Very good. Thanks, Angus. Sorry, did I hear something? As
Oh,
revised.
as revised,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Great. So Angus, thanks. On the motion, Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank
There you
you.
go, Val. Matthew, you're back up.
Uh-oh. What's he got now?
This is an easy one. Let's take 2
Mothball.
minutes.
Well,
Okay, so this one, myself, Abby, Val, Angus, Carrie. Carrie, you're still with us, right?
I am when I unmute myself.
No, okay, thank you. Mothball. All right.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
So you've seen this once before. This is a new dwelling. There was a dwelling here previously, and it's actually slated to be moved, which is great. And so a lot of the comments revolved around trim color, the third dormer on the east elevation, which is the street facade, and the garage doors. So what we've done is change the trim color. It took a little bit of convincing, but so we are gray sash, gray trim. We omitted the third dormer, and we changed the garage doors. We removed the glass from the doors so that it was more kind of blends in a little bit. And we also just lowered the header height of the header beam on that front porch. I think Abby, you had mentioned that there was something about it. There was something I wasn't like super happy about either, but I think we lowered the plate so that there's a break between the eave of the kind of center mass, if you will. So those are the changes, Mr. Chair. Look forward to the board's comments. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Matthew. Who would like to begin this discussion?
I'll go.
Thanks, Val.
I appreciate all of the changes with the exception of the garage still being the taller of the elements, except what I noticed today, I went out there and then I looked at this again. Is there a possibility, and I think there is, if that garage didn't have a gable element on the south, it became a shed dormer like what's next to it, then that profile would seem so much less. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
from the road, so then it's just this simple gable, it just doesn't overwhelm the building as much.
Got it.
I know that's on the flat, but that was my only.
Okay.
Yeah.
point.
But everything else was nice. Thank you.
Thanks,
Can
Val.
can I ask Val a question? Was she talking about doing an eave forward on the garage with a dormer?
No, no.
With a gable forward?
If you look at the east elevation, which is the front, and you see in back of the garage, there's a gable shooting off the side.
Yep.
And then you go to the south, which that is, it has a gable with 3 windows. I'm simply saying if the eave line stayed the same as what's on the right of it, and it became either one big dormer or a shed dormer as well, it would mitigate the impact of that facing the front.
Yep.
We could do that.
Yeah.
I still wonder though, you can't get the garage in the side and not have it on the front. It just looks so, I hate to say this word, but suburban to have the garage attached like that. You can't enter that garage on the side?
Through you, Mr.
She
Chair.
means moving the doors, not the
Yeah, move the
physical
doors.
space.
If
Go
you
ahead.
look at the site plan, you can actually see that we're right up on the setback there. So we'd have to
Ooh,
go over the
yeah,
neighbor's yard.
yeah,
So we are
yeah.
kind of
Oh.
pinned in
Right.
with the 50.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
we
I
did,
just think the programming, I mean, maybe that right piece should be the garage and the garage be whatever's in that right piece. It just seems so wrong to be that close to the street with this kind of attached garage situation. It's really the only beef with this house. Otherwise, it's pretty simple.
I've got some tenderloin
Okay.
comments.
Okay. Hang on, let me thank Carrie first.
Got some
Carrie,
turtle
thank you. Now we're on to Abby.
Okay, so so I misunderstood what Val was saying because I thought you were saying that, so that it would, it could be like a shed forward, a eave forward
Oh,
instead of a gable.
I'm saying
I thought that's
this
what you were saying.
right here.
Yeah.
If that changed to a shed from the front, you wouldn't see that, and it would make it seem less.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
odd. But the thing that okay, I'm gonna have everybody else talk about the garage because they could figure it out, because I have a problem with that too. But the thing that, so if I just take that front pediment away from that front door, it's a great looking, simple house.
Okay.
And it just is like drawing too much attention to the front door. And we like to do that, but
We could look
it's-
at it for sure.
yeah, if there's another way, it's just such a strong element over the front door, but okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Oh, that wasn't so harsh.
Yeah.
I was like ready for the diatribe. Yeah. Angus, I think it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm with Carrie. The garage is the only thing that is bothering me in this. It's like the highest wall. If you took away that little pent roof above the garage doors, I'm looking at the height of that gable compared to the entry, and it's forward of the main body of the house. It's just, you might be able to get away with that volume, but it's got to get pushed back, at least, at least halfway back on the main mass. Other than that, I appreciate the revisions and the color changes and so forth. Thank you.
So it sounds like you got one issue, and I certainly don't want to tell you, what to do, but it seems to me that like with the wetland setback, if you want to keep the garage doors facing mothball, and I certainly understand why you would not just want, you would need to do something like that, unless it all went over to the other side of the building, but that's even a problem, is to move the garage, push it back with respect to the front plane of the house.
I
So,
think I have enough. And I knew that was, one of the sticking points. We wanted to address some of the other lower hanging fruit, if you will. So
Yeah.
we can focus on, again, the color change was a big one, but
it is a big one.
And very much appreciated.
Yeah.
yeah. So we'll focus on that section of the massing and potentially that front entry.
Yeah, I think we can agree that like, that's really the only issue, you know, it's a substantial one, but it's the only one.
Yeah, we can focus on that.
Okay, should we hold for revisions?
Make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, thank you, Angus. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Angus.
Hi.
And I'm in favor too. There you go.
Thank you all very much.
How about Chip here?
I am.
Oh, that's right, Webster Road.
Yeah, remember?
Yeah.
Relations.
Well, this is the last application, so
I-
but you're all right. You can you sit on this?
Too many cookies?
Oh.
Right.
Well, yeah, we were gonna break at 8 and unless by some miracle. But let's see where we go.
He's here for the one right after this one.
Well, maybe we'll stay a little bit later if we get, yeah.
Let's-
This one's gonna be really easy.
Okay,
so-
okay, listen. Chip, you gotta be quick and.
I'm gonna be
Chris,
quick.
We'll end after you. All right, so we can at least say we made it to the old business of 6:16. Okay, so let's
Okay.
go to
I'm
Webster.
going to share the screen. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant. As a reminder, this is a proposal for a new dwelling at 2 Webster. You can see on the locust plan, it's essentially on Monahasset across from the airport. The biggest concerns at the initial meeting were the appropriateness of the widow's walk. Abby had an additional concern on the height, and Angus had an additional concern on the south-facing fenestration. So I'll walk you through that. As a reminder, the existing structures, the garage and what will become the second dwelling on the house, both have these half-round windows in the gables. So that is probably, the only atypical element that we're proposing. One of the things that was asked for at the last meeting, one was examples of widows walks in the area, but the other was a site plan that showed more of what is the existing vegetation, which is planned to remain. So you can see on the right-hand side, this is a site plan from a Google map, and we've highlighted all the existing mature vegetation that is basically surrounding the proposed house that is to remain. All right, scrolling right down. Here we can see the subject site is the pink one. All of the blue sites, which are in the immediate neighborhood, are examples of houses with widows walks. And most notably, the one essentially across the street from it is a one-story house with the widows walk. There's a question about whether a story and a half widows walk was appropriate, but you can see there's a real mix of houses in this area, from short houses to tall houses to medium sized to all different styles, and lots of widows walks. Okay, moving right on. So this is on the top, we had the previously proposed south elevation. We did a couple of things. We did lower the house, the overall height of the house, one by reducing the floor heights, but also by changing the roof pitch. Quite honestly, I think that the lower roof pitch, which is now proposed at a 9, is better than what we had before, which was proposed at a 10. But even more notably, you can see we've removed an extensive amount of the windows from the first floor and organized them in a more balanced fashion, addressing Angus's concern on this particular elevation. There's some minor changes on the sides, which is just separating some windows when we looked at the floor plan a little bit more on one side and pulling them together on the opposite side, just due to floor plan refinements. So with that, I'll turn over the board for questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay,
I'll go.
thanks. Val.
I appreciate the changes, Chip. Thank you very much. I think I am one of the people who had a problem with the roof walk. It just looked like a top hat. But that could be mitigated by just making it natural to weather. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Val. So we have Angus, Carrie, Connie.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is the elevation that's on the screen right now the one facing Monahasset, or is it the opposite? Is it the north?
This is facing Monahasset.
Okay, because the north we didn't really see very much. But I was wondering about the roof walk if it goes the long way, because this is quite a long house. And granted, it's a, center gable forward, but the roof walk in this short direction, it does kind of look odd. And maybe the long direction might be better.
Carrie,
Yeah.
although I agree with you in principle, it's
Yeah.
kind of impossible
Oh, is it?
because that main gable that, the one we're looking at on the front elevation, like if you have to get over that main gable
It's
and
3 feet higher.
yeah, like there's no way.
Yeah. Okay, I believe you. I didn't think it through like that, but I just think because it's such a long building, it just seems strange with this short little roof walk. Plus I just think roof walks on a gable forward are funky anyways. It's just so typical on a eave forward. But other than that, I think it's fine. I think the fenestration changes are okay, but I almost think there's too few now on the first floor south elevation, but that's okay. I think this is not going to be that seen anyways, truthfully. Visible, I mean.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Angus, Connie, right?
I can go.
Yeah.
So I didn't sit on this prior, but I do appreciate the changes that you made. And I kind of agree about the fenestration, but I think this is appropriate as is. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thanks. Angus.
I appreciate the changes, and I think due to the lack of visibility, this is fine. Yeah.
Okay, great. The only thing that I'm gonna sort of get back to is the idea that the roof walk in its entirety should be natural to weather. Yeah, I mean, the trim, just as a reminder, the trim on the rest of the house is white, but the roof walk should all be natural. Does somebody want to?
Motion to approve is submitted with all natural roof walk.
Okay, Angus, thanks. On Angus's motion, Val,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Connie,
I
and I'm in favor. There you go, Chip, and we still have time for Chris.
Great. All right, thank you
Chris,
so much.
have
Have a great
3 minutes.
I'll take
Bye.
2. Okay. Okay. To you, Mr. Chair, I'll start going here. So we were heard 2 weeks ago. I'll make it pretty quick. I know Abby had just left. I think Val's an alternate. Abby's comment was she did not, well, everyone's comment was the 3 awning windows on the front gable was atypical and get rid of them. So we got rid of the 2 on the side. And I think as Abby said, she can't believe she's saying this, but a French door would actually look nice up there. The other comment was on that second floor. I think everyone agreed with if there was going to be a deck to make it a shingled and get rid of the rail. And I think the biggest, there was nothing on the side elevations or the back that was a concern. The biggest one was the squashing basically of the second, feeling that the second floor is falling on top of the first. So the suggestions that were made was 1, getting rid of the rail system on the first floor, 2, raising the roof beam, and all of the window headers and door headers, which we made. Ray's suggestion was 7 foot 4 inches, and that's what I did here. Dropping the roof pitch from a 612 to a 512, and this Connie had mentioned the side lights being full was atypical, so I made them 3 side lights. That's what I got. All right, thank you.
That it?
That's it.
Wow.
That was
Okay.
it.
All right.
It wasn't crazy, so.
Anybody ready to start?
I could go. This is Joe.
Go. Yep.
I appreciate the changes, and it is so fascinating to me still. Like you make a couple of subtle changes and it feels like a different house.
Right.
And so I appreciate it and thank you. I think it's
Okay.
appropriate.
Joe, thank you.
I'll go.
All right.
I agree with Joe.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, that leaves Angus and Connie.
I'll go.
All right,
I agree with Joe and Val.
okay.
I agree, but I also agree with Holly's comments about the screening on the northwest to mitigate that all the fenestration.
On the northwest corner,
Yeah.
northwest.
Yes.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that where your parking is?
It is through Mr. Chair. It is my parking, and also we are going to come in with a landscape plan that's going to have on that whole side of where the parking is. We're going to have privet and screening so you can't see into the backyard, and you'll the northwest fenestration will all go away.
Yeah.
Great.
It's behind the parking.
Correct.
Yeah.
So kind of enclosing the parking, there's going to be a screen. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Great.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's a separate application.
Yeah, so is Angus, I appreciate your comment. Are you comfortable, however, like taking your crack at that with the landscape plan? Or do you want to, you know what I'm saying?
So how does that work?
Parking only comes to here.
Yeah, yeah. As long as there's a like screening of that. Yeah. So how would that go? A motion to approve as submitted, with the caveat that all the French
Visibility.
doors are screened from the road.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
That's the
right,
motion.
right.
Fine.
Then we don't even need the landscape plan, although we got to see it,
Yep,
you know,
absolutely.
we don't, we're not leaving any gaps
No, absolutely.
for somebody to slip through. That sounds good to me. Would somebody care to make that motion?
Oh, so moved.
Okay. So Angus's motion, of course, is to approve as submitted with the caveat that all the French doors on the you'll have to forgive me, I can't, is that the
Northwest.
northwest elevation will be screened from public view. That's Angus's motion. On Angus's motion, Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Hi.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
Fritz, there
Thank
we
you
got
everyone
you.
for staying. I appreciate that.
Well, we actually are only 3 minutes late, so
Another 2 weeks. I know they're not here right now, but it's.
well, they're not here because they realized about a half an hour ago that it wasn't going to work for them. Well, but some of those people is me, like I'm the next
Yeah,
person,
you-
so I should feel so bad. Um, yeah, Kathy, let's discuss, you know, how, if there's any remedy to that. Is that okay? I get it. We want to kind of clear it up a little bit. Well, minutes.
Oh,
We want to
motion,
approve minutes of June 2nd.
motion to approve the minutes of June 2nd. Is that what it was?
Thank you, Angus. On Angus's motion, Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Hi.
Carrie,
Was I here? I don't know. I don't think I was here.
okay, how about Joe?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. And a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that John McLaughlin motion.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, John.
Motion to adjourn.
On Val's motion, Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Hi.
Val,
Aye.
Ray, aye.
Hi.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Thanks a lot for sticking around.
Yeah.
We got a lot, I think we got a lot accomplished tonight.
Well done, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Good night, everybody.
Nighty night.
Next time we go back, it's not that much.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, of the 8 people, no, 7 people that weren't heard,